It's today.
I just want to see what's happened with the boys, how people have improved, and kind of what's going on there.
Mhm.
But I've heard good things about soft grip. I've seen, I think, some good things with his aim. I know he used to kick my ass actually in a couple DMs.
Oh, damn.
Yeah. So, in Katy Perry fan, always a bit of a top dude. So we'll see. I think they're not too far off from banning the maps.
Oh, they're still banning? Okay, sweet.
I'm trying to read the chat. I don't quite understand.
Okay, no, they're ready. They know what's going on. What map? Blood Run, alright. Yeah, if I had to give my 2 cents, I think Katy Perry fan is actually... Both these guys have been playing a fair bit lately. They've been kind of grinding. But Katy Perry fan, he brings a lot of like character to the community. You know, he's the kind of guy which if you join the Discord, he'll be the first one to say hi, and he might say something inappropriate at the same time. You know? And soft grip, he's always like around. He's being helpful. He's been actually really helpful lately, so that's been great. And yeah, both these guys have just been playing a fair bit. It'll be interesting to see like where they've gotten up to recently. But I got a special announcement this game. We're going to actually be just watching Katy Perry fans' perspective because we're going to actually have the Katy Perry fan KPF cam this game.
KPF cam?
The KPF cam. If you want to have a look at the stream right now.
Round begins.
Little KPF cam
3,
happening.
2.
What the fuck?
Fight.
Yeah, righto. I like that.
So we got the KPF cam. And KPF pops that this real early in the map to avoid dying. Now he's just camping this red core heavy. Aggressive push here. Could have gotten melted there by LG really easily if soft grip was ready for it. Yeah, really took a gamble there.
I was gonna say, that definitely felt like those soft grips killed there, but actually somehow Katy Perry manages to get the kill. Did he come or if he got the mega? I think soft grip got that.
Yeah, Softy got it at the start. I'm actually really surprised with how that played out. It was a little bit of a dice roll start of the game, that one.
Where am I?
And I really would have liked to have seen Softy push hard when Katy Perry fan was underneath him, just dropping him with the LG or something.
I mean, not the greatest of weapon choices by Katy Perry there, but that does actually work out to for him. So, but this is a pretty good start so far. I would actually say that like the Strog is kind of a bit. You know, Nyx is probably one of the better champions on this map for sure, but like Strog is definitely a champion that can really take it to her. And I don't know, Soft Grip, they're playing. How do I say? Soft Grip is just kind of getting the raw end of a lot of these deals, even though he's like kind of making some good moves.
Yeah, I'd say like maybe he's making some good moves, but I don't know if he has the health to be making these moves, like not the stack. So, you know, he's got like 100 health or whatever after a rocket jump. You know, it might not be the best move to make. And that time, really well played. Comes up.
Okay, Meg's up in a second. Soft Grip gonna get it. I like this positioning by Katy Perry, and manages to get one rail off and disengage. That's very nice. Yeah,
although only having enough health to withstand one rail, he's pretty lucky that Soft Grip didn't hit that. And I just think that Katy Perry fan is taking both these players are taking a lot of gambles right now, and I feel like there's a lot of nerves happening. The first on stream team or something like this. And I think they just need to like settle into the game a little bit more.
I mean, that's kind of what's so nice about the streams and tournament games. That you only get one shot at it, you know. So all of a sudden, every decision you make becomes that much more difficult to decide. But nice rocket by Katy Perry. Oh, Soft Grip does manage to get the heavy, but Soft Grip pushing in. No invis by Katy Perry, so you can actually still do something.
Yeah, I think Soft Grip was actually expecting the invis then, and ran off and it, when he really should have just like continued to push hard then with a close range. But yeah, now Soft Grip needs a bit of armor and then he'll have much more stack, and then he's got a full 30 seconds to chase Katy Perry fan down and get a frag. It's always going to be hard when, you know, you're playing Blood Run against the Knicks, they're up 2 frags, you know, you really have to make it happen, otherwise they're just going to run over and over again.
I mean, Soft Grip is getting him low, but it needs to be... It's hard, especially on this map. This is why the Nyx is so strong, because you can kind of just... Well, there's so many corners, so every time you want to keep pushing the Nyx, you know, you have to, you know, go through plus back defensive rockets, and then she has the invis. And then somehow you need to manage the items very well so that, you know, you can really structure a kill, but... Yeah, that's why Soft Grip, I would say, is having a really hard time. He's had it a few times where he's gotten Katy Perry low, and it's happened again. Look at this. Nice kind of reposition, but...
Yeah, he tried to get some extra damage there. It's a pretty big risk though, and he didn't have time on the Mega, so he wasn't able to stick around and grab that Mega. And now he's in a really tough spot. Soft Grip stops up that heat though, and misses the rail. Soft Grip. I don't know if he knows how low Katy Perry fan is. Oh, there we go.
But this is a struggle with, like, even something that a lot of people... Katy Perry running something in the chat. A lot of people, you really do like to use the rail finish, and it is like a really good way to end kills, but the trouble is, if you're not hitting that last shot, you know, it really does, like... It has a huge impact on like the flow of the game, because all of a sudden, you know, they survive and they can maybe restack. But yeah, maybe using shotgun or HMG sometimes can be better. Yeah. Nice rocket though.
Yeah, that was really nice prediction rocket. But I think, touching on that point, I think you know, if you have the understanding that your is like, you know, 30 or less health, then yeah, it's great to use you know, heavy machine gun or shotgun. But it's hard to really know that, you know what I mean? It's that's like a real skill to understand the amount of stack that your opponent can play.
We kind of, as you were talking there, we kind of just missed it, but Katy Perry hits 2 fucking epic, like, direct rockets, while Soft Grip tries to push into him. I think he's about to spawn. Okay, it's pretty even right now, but...
Okay, they were pretty big rockets. And he's gonna go through the teleporter. He's waiting for it. Katy Perry fan maybe should be camping this teleporter exit with the rail out. Had an opportunity to hit that rail, but finishes him off anyway, so he's secured the lead again. And this is not a good fight for Katy Perry fan. Yeah, and now Soft Grip has the full rotation of the map, should be able to get this heavy as well, and has all the weapons. So Katy Perry fan up by 1 frag here, 3 minutes left. But yeah, like, it will be an uphill battle for him from this place on.
It really looks like that. Oh, Katy Perry missing the jump. It's going to actually cost him there. It really feels like that Katy Perry is being active on the items, but the thing is, Soft Grip is jumping on them a little bit faster than Katy Perry is. So what's happening is Soft Grip's getting them, but Katy Perry is actually just doing like really good defensive damage. Not going to work out maybe this time. There's enough time to get the heavy then.
Had the time on the Mega off by a couple of seconds. Thought he could dive into the Mega, then invis. But in fact, Soft Grip picked it up just beforehand, and then Katy Perry fan came in late, and everyone got very confused. Yeah, now the map's kind of reset again.
Soft group almost dead. I mean, Heavy, he doesn't know that the Heavy's about to spawn, so... I mean, Katy Perry doesn't. Soft group going for it, overshoots the rocket jump. Barely survives, I don't...
Yeah. How much health does Soft group have right now?
30. Well, 33 health, 74 armor.
So he had 8 health before. Yeah, right.
Okay. Well, keep in mind it's only a 1 frag game. It could really just come down to one really clean fight. So everything that's happened so far, he can still make it happen.
Yeah, and like from this point on in a blood run game, it's basically next frag, which is bad because like it's gonna be super hard to refrag someone that's running from you with under a minute left on blood run, especially at Nix. So Katy Perry can't get the frag here. It's game over. They've gone in aggressive. Oh, he swaps to the LG. Whoa, he got so confused. He needed to back with the LG if he was going to use that.
Here comes
Oh my god. He makes it happen.
Really nice refrag potential there. Okay, Katy Perry not pushing, which is kind of a good decision here, I would say. Just keep rotating the items. But doesn't opt to go for the Mega.
Doesn't keep him out of the Mega room. And gives Soft Grip the Mega. He's obviously deserves getting the better of him. Is Soft Grip gonna rocket jump this time?
I hope he doesn't. I feel like it's not the right. But actually, Katy Perry does invis. Doesn't feel confident to hold it.
Oh, I can feel the nerves.
I mean, first match of the day, you want to get this early win in, you know, you want to make sure so you can make it through the groups. And just on sudden death, Soft Group gets it.
Wow. That was tight. That was very tight. Tight ending to that game. Yeah, bad luck. Maybe we should get KPF in here for a interview real quick. Just see how he feels about how that ended up. That was just a bit of like back and forth, you know?
Yeah, I mean that's what makes an exciting game though, I feel. The fact that I feel like they were pretty evenly matched in a sense, and it's funny just like this very similar scenarios kept happening. Like it really felt like Soft Grip was going for the items and Katy Perry was kind of just like doing damage off them. And yeah, despite some small things, there was still some really cool frags. There was one, I feel like my favorite one was when Soft Grip was pushing up teleporter stairs and he just hits like 2 directs and kills Soft Grip.
Yeah, and Katy Perry fan also hit like a ton of really good direct rockets, especially when he was playing defensively, which just continually stopped Soft Grip from being able to push him.
Hey boys.
Hey KPF.
How's it going?
How did you feel about that game? Sorry you didn't win. It was very close.
Just some stupid mistakes, you know. Like Vu was telling me the other night, it's like why have you got your rail out? And I'm just running around with my rail out like an idiot, you know. And I feel like stupid point. Like I came doing aggressive ghost walks, and then instead of putting a shotty or a rocket out, I've got my LG out like an idiot, you know. Just I don't know, kind of counting on me just hitting more. But if he turns around the rockets, you know, I'm done. But what are you gonna do?
What are you gonna do, mate? You know, it's kind of just how it is, you know. Sometimes it doesn't go your way, sometimes it's a bit of a dice roll, sometimes 50-50.
Yeah, just some daft mistakes. I'll look back, I'll watch it back and see, you know, kind of where the wheels fell off. Just a bit of shit, you know. Is the top and bottom of it. Just a couple of times I got caught on walls and stuff, you know, just stupid mistakes.
Do you think
it's the pressure, you know?
Yeah, do you think it's possible you had a bit of extra pressure on you because it was a tournament and, you know, Zen's been casting your game?
Yeah, honestly, right. I mean, you can ask my missus this. I don't perform well under pressure. It's a well-known fact that I get kind of flaccid, you know. I feel like it comes out in my Quake game, you know. It's the way it goes. But hey, you know, it is what it is. I'm still coming for Python, you know, so I'll see you in the finals.
I like confidence. I like that.
Easy. It's the whiskey, mate. Right, look, watch what you're doing, right? Have a lovely evening, boys. I'll speak to you later.
Okay, see you, mate.
Good luck,
Bye-bye.
brother.
All right. So we just got Shruls and Mike up next. Mike is bumped in game. Do you know these players much, Zen?
Yeah, I've had a bit of a chat to both of them. I know. I'm gonna say I'm gonna favor Mike in this matchup. I mean, I'm not sure what the champions in the map is, but I'm curious to see how Shruls has progressed. I know he's upgraded his PC since probably 6-12 months ago, and yeah, he's been really actively thinking about the game. And I think that, like, once you're, you know, if you're motivated and you're really thinking about it, I think that's when you can start making progress, you know. And we'll have to see how far Shruls has come since before.
Look, from my perspective, Shruls has always had this stigma of having bad aim, and he definitely knows it. Like he's always like on himself about, you know, my aim's not good enough, I'm not aiming well enough, yada yada yada. And on the contrary to that, I think his aim is actually improved drastically, especially with rockets. Rockets is very solid these days, and his IQ in game is super high. Like when he comes and casts with me, sometimes he's always got something really interesting to say about what's going on in the game. He knows exactly what's going on. He's always like got perfect time on all the items, kind of thing, and great positioning. But I think his aim does eventually let him down, even if it's just confidence, you know. I think he might just be not feeling like, oh, this is not a good engagement because it's an even fight and it's like the last fight of the game and I'm not going to be able to pull through or something like that, you know. What about Mike? Do you know Mike?
To be honest, actually, like, you know, even when I was still in Oz, when I used to play Mike, you know, some of the games are still quite close, and I mean, I think he's got good skill. I think that some of the, similar to like how I sometimes play in my QPL games, you know, if you play like these scale soul lag champions like this, you know, like if your opponent is not hitting enough, like as much damage as they should, or playing a certain way, you'll just straight up win like a lot of these games, and because it's just actually, it's very hard to deal with if you're not like executing just right. So I don't know, I've always kind of thought quite good of Mike actually.
I agree. My experience playing Mike is, he actually beat me in the last tournament that we played, and the way that he beat me, we were playing Awoken. He was just the kind of guy to let me come into the room to get the item and then hit me with like 2 rails, you know, and just over and over again, like whittles you down. And I think he realized, like, you know, he wanted me to fight over the items, and I didn't want to, and I wanted to trap him in the room because I knew that if I got into a fight with him, I'd get the kill. But instead, he's, you know, playing the range game, wheeling me down until I like can't fight anymore, and then I take a bad fight and I just get killed. And he just kind of did that over and over again, which is really smart. Like, so the point I'm making, I think he has a really good understanding of the feel of how to play his opponent and basic, like, you know, strategy. He's really good at putting that into play. All right, let's get this game underway.
Yep. BJ versus Strog. I feel like, you know, I actually want to say that maybe the BJ actually has the advantage, and I mainly say that because it feels like you can really create a lot of space with the ability. You know, purely like double shotgun, double rocket. Even if you don't have an LG, you can really whittle down the Strog. The only trouble is, of course, like when you are locked out of the LG room, it really can feel like you're kind of just like poking and prodding, and eventually sometimes you just kind of make a mistake and, you know, the Strog will just kill you with speed or something. But yeah, I'd say it's quite an even matchup depending on how they play it.
Prepare to fight.
So let's get into this game.
3, 2, 1. Fight.
I do notice that Strog gets played a lot more on Corrupted Teeth recently. There was a long time there where he was sitting on the Okay. Wow. What was Jules kind of thinking there? Like, why did he leave the heavy up and go straight to rocket, do you think?
Well, I'm actually not sure if he actually collected the nail armor. I didn't quite see that, but no, I don't think he did actually. I think he just collected it now. I think he tried to go for a delay. That's actually a nice thing to do on this map when, you know, if you don't have position on the weapons, you may as well just like delay your heavy and then maybe you can kind of trap them on the next rotation. But I think Shrule's kind of maybe got ahead of himself. He was a bit too slow to get to the rocket, and Mike made him pay for it. But Mike gets the heavy now. And this is the trouble with this map, is that it's really always about like stack and kind of trading damage, and I mean eventually he's trying to hit like spam rockets, spam damage if he can, but Shrule's started like has now a contestable stack, so he can do something about this. But Mike using his ability defensively. So even if he doesn't have his ability now, he can still, he's got both items, so he can just basically find Shrules and just try to kill him as best as he can. I like what Mike is doing now. It's actually quite, this is very difficult because he knows that Shrules is kind of close by based on the last sound cue. And I think Mike could be a little bit faster here because Shrules really, he does have like enough stack, but yeah, you've got stack to trade, so nice picker usage.
Yeah, he has actually taken off a fair bit of stack then. That first one was awesome. Okay. He actually, Shrules was almost capable of getting the kill then. If he was a little bit closer with that shotgun and did max damage, I think he could have gotten the kill. So he really made the situation a bad situation there. Oh!
Whoa!
What? With winning that fight with 5 health remaining against the double LG.
Obviously calculated. Shrule's IQ man.
Obviously calculated. I'll be back in just 1 second, sorry.
Alright, so Mike has position on this Mega, collects it. Shrule's with only this much stack, he really needs to see that. Even just showing himself even in mid for that just 1 second really kind of sets him back. He does manage to get this armor. Mike, with both items. Shrule's, I like doing that. You know, he's doing damage as Mike's coming from the item again. Now they're actually even stacked just because he's basically pushing around, and even with double ability, I mean double weapons, it's going to be just even. Shrule's just... I think he was just a little bit too slow there. That's the issue. He actually had the right idea. I think force Mike to get the Mega, but just have position on it. He can't really kill you from that low to high ground position. Okay, Shrule's with the heavy. And Mike just doing long range damage. This is the trouble that you end up getting. I like the use of the speaker here. Gets pretty good damage out of it. Gets the Mega as well.
Okay, sorry, I'm back and I'm locked in. What's going on in this match?
I think, well, Mike got a pretty nice kill over the Mega about a minute ago. Heavy's about to spawn. I think this is the issue with CK you get sometimes, that you just end up... It's an odd scenario because you feel like you want to just do as much damage as you can, respawn, try to get the refrag. But then really, it's hard to do because you have to be really patient with it. Is, you know, play the small armors, wait till you're 100, then try to go for something again. But you can see, you know, Mike's about to, he has full control of the map. We're going to probably get the next heavy too. And what can Shrules really do? You know, he has to be so patient now.
Yeah, and Mike even has this armor that he's probably going to camp, try to bait it out. Okay, yeah. Got eyes on him. Knows where he is. Truls making a smart play here to get the timing on the Mega. And he's earned himself another yellow, although that could take him off the play. Great push here by Mike to get the kill. Truls, like, sometimes the slide can, you know, mean you get through because you just kind of slide into a situation too far than you want to, you know? Just like... Anyway, Mike making you pay for it.
Stopwatch.
I feel like as long as Mike has control, Truls is going to find it really hard to get himself back into this map. He's the kind of player that feeds off playing around the items, and you can see he's like continually trying to get timing on the majors so he can make plays around them. But you know, every time he wants to do this, it's going to take him like a minute or two to even, you know, make a fight happen again. So I don't mind this slow style of game though. It's interesting.
I mean, I think Shruls has got the right idea. He's actually managed to do exactly what he needs to do. You know, Mike has to go for the Mega at some point, or kind of just get a good feel for what he could be doing. And Mike with a pretty nice attack.
He knew that Shruls was there somehow, like, so perfectly. Did you pick up any reason why Mike should know that Shruls is there? Like, sound cue, or did you see him go there or something?
I think you must have heard him go there. I didn't actually quite see how it happened. All I saw was Mike just strafe in there, but he may have heard that because it did. Yeah, it was a confident just push of strafing in, but I guess he had the stack for it too. Mike with the next heavy, and the thing is, like, Shruls is down by 5 frags, but by all means, it's not the end of the world. I mean, Mike is quite low right now, and if Shruls plays his next bit correctly, and he's in a good stead, he's going to get this nail gun armor too. I think what Shruls needs to do, and he's already coming back in for it, this is nice. But doesn't want to lose position on this heavy, and okay, I'm really smart actually not to go through the teleport there, because it just shows that, well, if he does, he's going to lose a lot of stack for it. Shruls needs to get the high ground and just basically catch Mike. He's about to do that. Nice rocket.
And also, like, some pretty solid LG. It's, you know, I think you're probably used to solid LG being strong all the time in your matches, but you know, it's a real difference maker. If you can hit some really solid LG at this level, it goes a long way. So.
Alright, gets 45 damage out of that Pika. With 2 minutes, I think Shruls will need to start ramping up the frags very soon. I mean, Mike only on 100 HP. Heavy in 5. This is the sometimes the struggle that can happen is that I would actually suggest Shruls shouldn't even go for the heavy, I would say. What you should do in these situations is don't wait until 8 minutes 30, 8 minutes 40 to make a 5 frag comeback. Just start delaying and don't pick up items now, and it really, you know, confuses your opponent because you know, you're trying to go for a control play, but you really need the frags to actually win the game.
Yeah, right. That's an interesting perspective. Like, so you can just kind of start putting the map out of whack what's happening. Interesting enough, Shruls is actually manufactured 2 frags here. So, and he does have control. 10 seconds for the next Mega, and he's trapped Mike here. Oh, he could have kicked a really good LG. Swapped it. Oh my god!
Nice.
He didn't swap to the shotgun. I thought that was the easy option, but instead just stuck to the LG and squeezed it out. So Mike with the dual wield shotgun, you have to respect that.
This is nice pressure again from Mike, just basically like try to seal out the game already at this point. But I think Shruls needs to get the heavy and just kind of find Mike. But nice movement, good use of movement to get in there, and epic rockets, 25 seconds for 1 frag. And he should know where he spawned there. He's either going to be shotgun or rockets, and
heard him.
Can hear him top mid.
Oh, he's done it!
Killing spree. Lead tied.
Man, nice work by Shruls. But the thing is, he has to keep his calm now. He knows he's got the frags. He knows Heavy's next. Mike has his ability though. He's going to have LG, so...
Death.
Time to die.
Oh.
You win.
Wow, everything was in Shruls' favor then, except pushing through that doorway against a dual-wield LG. So Mike just with a nice cheesy move to finish off the game. And yeah, that's that. Man, all that hard work from Shruls to bring that game back.
I would say the level of play that Shruls showed there at the end there was quite nice, actually. I mean, the thing is, to make a 4-frag comeback in a minute and a half, as much as it is CK, it's the way in which the frags happen. I think that was really nice. I think part of the problem was sometimes, which can happen when you're behind, is like your brain is so focused on trying to make the comeback happen where the game is at least tied, so it can go to sudden death or something. But then what happens is, which I think Shruls should kind of have a feeling that Mike is there, and then kind of just threw himself at Mike and he died, you know. But I think that that was more of a, you know, just kind of settling down after you've tied the game and then just kind of like playing it slow again, because I think the emotions got the better of him there. But I'm curious what he would think about that.
Do you want to maybe bring... we could bring him in for an interview real quick between games.
Yeah.
Who do you want to talk to? Shruls?
Shruls.
Yeah, let's talk to Shruls.
Hello.
Hey. Do you want to interview him? Zen?
Yeah. So, Shruls, what were you... firstly, tell me what were you feeling and what were you thinking at 8 minutes 30, 4 frags to make a comeback? What were you thinking then, out of curiosity?
I was really just trying to get any sense of control because I was being kept out of the match. I knew like it's CK, so if I could get like a good run, I could try and just get a ton of frags, get a few spawn frags. Yeah.
We thought... Yeah?
Oh, you go.
We thought it was. We thought you did a great job there of slowing down the game. I might have gotten a little bit critical there, but it actually really turned out in your favor, where you slowed down the game and you made sure that you completely regained control, or like time on the items, and got some semblance of control again before you started fighting again. But how do you manage to like navigate your way around your opponent without taking any damage or getting trapped while doing that?
So sort of just like, I knew when the small armors were up, and a lot of the time I didn't actually have timing of heavy at all. I was just knew like when he was leaving and like the time he was rotating, because most of the game he like sort of kept the same rhythm, and because of that I was able to just like hide in almost the same spots almost every time, and the Pika a couple times gave me timing. Yeah.
Yeah, cool.
Do you feel like on the last, after you've tied the game, do you feel like you kind of like pushed into the HMG a bit too quickly because you wanted to kind of just, you know, you tied the game, you feel like, you know, you got the momentum. Did you have a sense of that Mike could do something like that, or were you kind of like, you know, filled with emotions and kind of filled with, you know, adrenaline at that point?
I completely misread his spawn there, I think, problem, because I thought he'd only have rockets. And so I thought I could just push in because I had a bit more stack. And then he pulls out the dual wield LG and just absolutely melts me. Like, I should have, as soon as he like hit that dual wield and see the LG, I should have just turned back. But yeah, I thought I just wanted to sort of end the game. Definitely a bit like riding on the last few frags. Wanted to end it. Keep
Okay.
going.
Well, from a spectator point of view, I felt like you actually played quite well. I think you just need to like slow down a little bit at the end there. But trust me, that moment when you're versus like you know, any player is always quite difficult to do. So I think you still played well.
Yeah, I thought you played excellently that game, personally.
Thank
Okay, so next game we got Mordecai versus Python. You know, no offense to Mordecai, but Python is definitely the favorite this game. Have you guys picked some bands? Schulz, do you want to help cast this one with Oh, he's gone. Never mind. Ha!
Actually, I might quickly go to the bathroom for a sec, yeah?
Yeah, no worries. So we got Pyth, and the time for Zenaku right now is like 9:30 a.m. by the way, or 10 a.m. So he got up nice and early for us. So we got Pyth versus Mordecai here. Pyth, solid player on literally every map, every champion. He's got all the experience in the world. You know, has played internationally, and he's just a veteran of Oceanic Quake. So yeah, he's I don't know, there's not much more I can say than he's very, very good. And Mordecai, I know Mordecai's been having some issues with his PC lately, but he might have fixed it. Like his Quake Champions, he's had some issues with stuttering and FPS. But when Mordecai gets going, especially with his rail, he can string together some frags really well. So I'd be interested to see how this goes. Oh, thanks Mint Snaps for subscribing for 6 months. Oh my goodness, what a legend. And we got Awoken as the map. Okay, so they're just gonna ban some champions and then we'll get into it. Okay, so we got Mordecai on Ranger, and Mordecai bans Doom, probably just because he saw that Python was Doom at the time. Welcome back.
Mint Snaps with the T1 sub.
Yeah, right?
That was probably how long ago was that?
Yeah, it was a while ago, but you know, your announcement is a lot better than mine, so.
Oh, yeah.
All
right.
So we got Python versus Mordecai. He's do you know Mordecai?
I've seen him around.
Yep.
I can't really remember how he plays, but
he's a solid player when he gets going. Like, if he's hitting his shots, things go well for him. I'd say definitely cookie cutter style, as Too Good would say. But you know, Python, I'd say his style is more adapt. So yeah, I mean, it's always hard to win a game versus Python in my experience. He's just like, whenever you start winning, he just like will switch it up on you and just start beating you again. So
right,
I don't know. Python's definitely the top dog favorite in this tournament right now, I think.
I think Python might actually be like. It's hard to say. Like, I know if he I mean, if we could go back 10 years and Python was younger, and he could like put in the time to increase his skill,
Round begins in
he is like probably one of the like
2.
top 4 tournament players. I don't know. The way he plays tournaments is like coming from Australia. It's unfucking believable, in my opinion. But yeah, if it's more about just like understanding where the kind of game is at. But anyway, back into this game, we'll see what's gonna happen. Ranger versus Eisen. I think it's kind of favored for the Ranger. But
yeah, interesting that Pyth picked Eisen, because he could have picked anyone except Doom and Galena on this map. So he obviously feels like Eisen is strong on Awoken. I have seen like some pro players use Eisen like on this map, like Kilson. Kilson has used Eisen a couple of times. I don't know if that was by choice or whether it was just kind of like left over, but yeah.
I think versus a Ranger, it's quite strong because, well, Ranger can be obviously orbing the places, but if the turret is there and the Ranger orb's there, I guess it's kind of bad news. But nice rockets by Mordecai.
Stopwatch.
Yeah, solid play there by Mordecai to do some damage, hold off Python for a little bit, and then rotate his way around onto the Mega without dying. Oh, Mordecai comes back out. Oh, if he hit that LG and stuck around, he probably would have converted that frag, but just didn't. Just kind of waved it over him like a wet noodle, and Python comes in. He knows the time. Mordecai with the orb play gets the frag.
See that sometimes the close range rail, it can be a bit, if you miss it, you're dead. If you hit it, you get the kill. And you could see, well, I think Python wasn't expecting how much damage really came out of Mordecai in that little like span of literally like 2 seconds. So okay. And this is where it gets troublesome. I mean, Python's going to have both items now. Mordecai's going to jump onto the Mega, but Python's going to be there.
Yeah, I think Mordecai might have just got a bit excited there after getting that sweet frag, and instead of continuing to play the map properly, he just kind of ran off and was like, I've just got to work out what to do next, kind of thing, and he left that Mega off. He didn't get position on the Mega, he didn't put any pressure on the heavy pickup, and Python recognized that when it got the heavy, straight to the Mega, and easy frag. So yeah, and then Python straight away gets the spawn frag as well. So if he just racks up frags like this, Mordecai is going to be in real trouble.
On this map, it really feels like playing out of control can be kind of hard because, well, exactly what's about to happen right now, where Python just sits T. He just sits there the whole time and do damage to Mordecai. Because he does damage, he's now too weak to contest the heavy, but he's going to be able to get the Mega. This is nice, and actually stops the rocket jump.
Oh, it comes back in with the orb play, did some damage to Python, and if Mordecai landed some LG then or anything, really, he actually did no damage other than the orb, he probably would have converted the frag. So it seemed like that was a play that kind of was born out of confusion, but it almost worked out in his favor.
Killing spree.
And yeah, Pyth is just locking him into the banana there.
Okay, Mordecai gonna get himself a Mega. Heavy. Again, the thing is with what I think Mordecai needs to, and this is the trouble again, is that taking any damage coming into mid, it's so crucial because you have no way to return the damage, right? So I think he needs to just kind of rotate the items a bit better. It kind of forces Python to make tough decisions, but just kind of getting LG to death.
How solid was that LG though? I mean, like, you can say that it might not have been particularly hard, but he literally hit like all of his LG just then. And yeah, I mean, you know, once Python has a 6 frag lead on this map, it's a tall order to ask you to come back from this.
5-minute warning.
Okay. Now he's got position on the heavy, even though Python is a bit more stacked, but he's just not moving a little bit too fast enough, and Python should be able to get the kill here.
Now we're just kind of seeing Python just go and camp T over and over again, get his bearings on where Mordecai is, just trying to do a little bit of damage here and there while he just runs from major to major. And actually, really good play there. If his turret actually got up the top, he would have probably denied him from getting that rail or slowed him down as well. So not only is Python locking him out of both the major items right now, but he's also locking him out of weapons.
I think Mordecai's doing a good job of just not, you know, some players will just kind of, you know, they'll get low, they'll just kind of like run, you know, just run at your opponent, but Mordecai's doing a good job of just like actually doing his best to just get as many armors as he can, but this is the trouble of playing somebody who is, you know, just very aware of like the map and kind of what's happening, because they'll just keep doing damage off the spawn, and any armor that Mordecai finds, you know, just instantly just taken off, and then it's really so hard to play from, you know, play from that position against an in-control player.
Yeah, absolutely. And like, you know, someone like Python who his mechanics are so solid, like he's not going to make a movement mistake that slows him down to not getting from A to B fast enough, you know. He likes to rocket jump everywhere, so you can, you know, I mean, he's called Python for a reason, you know. He likes to wrap himself around and start constricting, you know. And this is exactly what's happening here, you know. Python just keeping him over in that rail room, running from major to major. And actually, Mordecai, good push there. Really great job getting time on that mega, identifying that he had time to go and get position. And he's come out on top of this engagement. So if Mordecai could just get a little bit of armor, he'll have a lot more stack than Python.
But you know that's brutal when, oh my god.
All that hard work.
You're trying to go for these trade rails in mid, but then Python just hits them back anyway, so it's a bit... That's super annoying when that happens. But... Okay, nice orb usage.
Shot. Combo kill. Rage.
Sorry.
Okay. Well, we're in this game. We're in the part of the game now where I guess you could call it garbage time, where it's like extremely unlikely that Mordecai can come back and win this. And you know, quite often you'll see just one player just start +40 the rest of the map. But you know, I think like Mordecai doesn't just play the game for the win. He also is playing to try to make good plays and the enjoyment of the game. So. You know, that was a good attempt there to get a mega. You know, it might have been a bit in vain because he got fragged, but
I mean, there's moments of glory for Mordecai, I think, in these games. I think it just needs to be. It's just the damage at particular times that Python is doing, and sometimes Mordecai is like. It's hard to give yourself a chance when, you know, Python is playing the position so well, or you know, he's pushing Mordecai so hard that it's just hard to stop him, even if you have the right weapons, you know. But, okay, almost gets a kill here too.
just making a lot of noise here. Python is doesn't care. Oh, Python definitely wanted the ring out just then. You know it. And yeah, I mean, like, it's funny. Like Python, I feel like he very much bases his game around his opponent, and it's funny, like when you watch him versus a player who's like a top player in Australia, he will play a very different game that's a lot tighter around the edges. And then, you know, you watch him play like Mordecai, and he's more happy just like camping T, rocket jumping from A to B kind of thing, and doing as much damage as he can, which is both like very valid ways of playing the game. I just feel like it's interesting that Pyth changes up his game depending who he's playing so much. Okay, let's have a look at these brackets, shall we?
All right.
I think they're just splitting up the brackets now. Ooh, whoops. Just 1 second, please, stream. Okay, so we've got in the group stages, there's a couple of single games yet to be played. Pretty much all the groups have one more game to be played. So yeah, we could probably find another game to play still. What do we got? We got Discane vs... No, they've played all the games. We've got Chug on top of his group, beating Discane. Dustbox getting pushed out by Chug and Discane. It was a pretty solid play there. Dustbox has been playing a fair bit lately, but you know, Discane is one of those players that can really be hit or miss. Like it's all about the rail for him, you know. If he's hitting his rails, he's like the kind of player that will shoot 4 rails in a row in a medium range fight instead of using LG or whatever. And if he hits it, it's like max DPS, you know. So Dustbox was leading 5-0 at 3 mins in apparently versus Discane as well. So wow, he really did bring that one back. We got Mike coming out on top of his group versus Rules. Lucky and Zubby not quite getting through there. Although all these players will play in Division 1 or Division 2 bracket after the group stage matches, so make sure you stick around. We got Redoxide coming out on top of his group versus Deport Ramen. These two, I think they may be Two's partners as well, so maybe a little bit of in-house game there. We got Spud Hunter coming out of his group, beating Testroy to come first in his group. So yeah, Spuddy going pretty hard on his opponents. 6-2 versus Testroy. I gotta say, like, Testroy, he's made it through to the second round, to the Div 1 bracket. I don't know if you know this guy, I think he's fairly new in the community here, but he's been improving so fast. And last time he won one of these tournaments, he ended up coming 3rd in his group. So he went into the Div 2 bracket, but then he won the Div 2 bracket. So he's been improving drastically. Who's Paya? Who's this Paya guy? Beat Katy Perry fan. Interesting. Beat him.
It was a close game too.
Yeah, 13-10. And
do we know who Fortnite Gamer 57 is?
Yeah, that's Dutchman Donna. I don't know, or you'd probably know him as Hard Beats Department on Twitch.
Okay.
Yeah, he's always around. Like lately, he's been playing a lot of Quake, and I don't know. He's probably the most promising new jeweler in Australia, I reckon. His aim is very solid. Like he hits super high percentages of LG consistently, and I don't know. He understands the concepts of Quake really well, and he's getting the hang of Duel really quickly as well. So, I mean, a couple of tournaments ago, it just seemed to be me versus him in the final, like every tournament. And yeah, they were great games. He's improved a lot. And what else we got? We got Python coming out of top of his group. Okay, yeah, with Mint Snaps and Mordecai. Mordecai came in second. Bad Luck to Mint Snaps coming third in his group. So I think we should see a bracket soon. We just got to wait for that. So let's. He is new Crunchy. Oh, Crunchy, the player Crunchy. Why do you think he's the new Crunchy?
I think because he's improved so fast and he's been playing lots.
Okay, yeah, fair enough. I'd agree with that. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm a big fan. He was my dual partner for quite some time, and yeah, I don't know. It's nice to have a dual partner that's like dedicated, good, and learning quickly. You know, someone you can talk to after the game and be like, okay, like actually talk about Quake. Yeah, and he was, you know, I guess you could say a professional Fortnite player where he was winning the paid tournaments fairly often. And he in Oceania, and he was a top 500 Overwatch player in the North America region. So he's got, you know, some gaming background there that he's brought over to Quake. I love it when these Quake players, or these players from other first-person shooter games, decide that they like playing Quake Duel because they kind of realize like the skill ceiling in Quake Duel is so incredibly high. Yeah, I think that's really cool. Like they are already like at the top of these other games, and they're like, oh, I'm getting bored of this, and then they realize Quake, and they're like, oh, this is great, you know, a new challenge, which is so much more in depth.
Well, I think they've made the switch to the dark side, or maybe the light side. I'm not really sure, but you know, I don't know. Once you get a taste for it, and you kind of see that, like, you know, even though there might be more money in other games and all this other stuff, like it's satisfying. Like, and I think that's what's maybe most important, honestly.
Yeah, totally. Like my experience, you know, I've played TF2, you know, I was in the top team in TF2, and I've been in top teams in lots of shooter games, you know, and I've played tons of arena FPS and all this stuff. My experience, the thing that I'd say most about Quake is that it's the most satisfying of all the games. You know, when you do play a good game, it's like you really feel like you've achieved something, you know, that you feel like you're in form and you're performing well, and you're, you know, having a great, you know, you're getting great feedback from the game because everything's going your way. And on the contrary, it can be the most frustrating game as well because, you know, if you're not doing well, it's just like kind of heartbreaking, you know.
Yeah.
Okay, well, how about we go for a short break, and we'll be back in 10 minutes, and we'll get the next games going. So I'm just going to put a countdown timer up, and yeah, work out when the next game's going to start and what we're going to cast. All right, viewers far and wide. We got Shruls and Chug up next. Let's just have a look at these picks that they've done. So Chug banned Bloodrun, Shruls banned Bloodcove, Chug picking Ruins and Vale, and left over we have Corrupted Keep. And we got Scale versus Ranger, Ison versus Keel, and Anarchy versus Keel on Vale. Interesting. I know Shruls loves the Keel on Vale of Nath. It's his favorite of all the champs. Ranger vs Scalebearer, interesting matchup. I mean, Ruins, it's a pretty solid map for Scalebearer, but Ranger, I think, edges him out on that one. And Anarchy vs Slash. Okay, so 2 movement heroes on Corrupted Keep. I don't know how useful Slash is on Corrupted Keep. What's your opinion of Slash on Corrupted Keep, Zen?
I mean, to be honest, I don't rate it. But that being said, I'd be curious to see how it goes against Anarchy specifically. Because maybe Chug knows something that we might not necessarily, but I think the trouble is that the Anarchy is strong for a reason, just based on like what he can, like just like the air control works, and the angles you can create, and how much does how much does the Slash really have a benefit against the Anarchy? But yeah, we'll see. I think it actually has. It can be done, but you really have to be playing a certain way.
Okay, and I think after this game, we'll be watching Spud Hunter versus either of these players, and then I think we'll just go down the bracket from there. So we'll have Donna versus either Ramen or Mordecai, Redoxide versus either Mike or Discane, and we'll just stream them one at a time from there. So yeah, interesting.
Okay.
So single elimination is where we're up to now. Best of 3, and yeah, I think they're ready.
All right.
So we got we're just waiting for Chug. Sorry, my bad. So how are you going over in Poland? Are you enjoying it?
Well, it's funny. Just I was enjoying it quite a lot, and then just these days, I feel like I need to get out more. But it's kind of hard because the language barrier. But yeah, it's
right.
still.
Not much English over there, huh?
Well, I think it's more just like they know what to say, but they just they don't want to say it,
Yeah.
or because it's not comfortable for them, right? So why would they want to?
Yeah, right. That makes sense.
But I mean, it's funny because it's hard to know if my game's getting better or not, because sometimes it's like it really makes sense, and then you see you see something different, or I guess it's only it's a very slow process where you make adjustments over time, and You know, one day you'll get smashed, and the next day you're playing not too bad. So
Yeah, I guess
you gotta get used to that.
you know, just like any kind of performance sport, it's kind of hard to know whether it's you that's getting better or
Round
if
begins
it's
in
the other people that are getting worse, kind of thing, you know. But we're starting a
Right.
Fools here. He's got the heavy spawn, and he's going to get this rail to start the game, and the LG. So he's already got weapons, and a very solid stack. Scale Bearer getting a heavy off the spawn is pretty scary. Good play there to camp
Nice.
one of the major weapons. And yeah, Chug opting to take a movement ability over, like his Shruls picked Scale Bearer first, so he knew that he was Scale Bearer, and he still went for the movement ability instead of going for like another heavy or I don't know, something to maybe a light to like get out of the way of the charge kind of thing. But yeah, I know that you love the heavy characters. Why would you say that heavy characters are so strong in this game?
Definitely has something to do with like the respawn stack for sure, but also just like a lot of the heavies have damage. Got a little bit of fight, and Chug coming out on top. I don't know how he ended up all the way
Yeah,
back
how
at
did
the teleporter.
he must have been his second rocket. But yeah, see, that's exactly what you're talking about, you know. Chug was completely unprepared for the fact that Shruls had so much stack off spawn and could just charge at him, and even though Shruls didn't get the mega, he still comes out on top of that fight with a machine gun. So yeah, you really just have to be aware of your opponent's oh, wow. Okay. That's a tricky situation for Shruls to be in, you know, he doesn't have the LG, so he kind of gets caught in a situation where he's like, oh, I feel like I really should have had LG, maybe should have pulled out the rail earlier. Yeah, I guess Chug identifying that early and making him play on it.
Okay, Chug kind of getting short out, but it hits the clutch rail. Shrul's gonna go down again. I mean, I think that the trouble with the heavies is that it's the fact that like when you want to get kills against them, that you have to really get them relatively cleanly, which you should be able to do because of if you're playing the range game, you know, or you're playing the speed where you're able to reposition faster than they can. But the thing is, if you're just taking head-to-head fights with a heavy who always has more stack than you, then you're always going to find that, you know, they'll end up with more than likely the control, and then you just keep running into them until you eventually lose the game, you know. So you really have to play this slower game. But Chug steals the mega and gonna kill the Shruls again.
Yeah, Chug only just getting himself the mega in time, but well-timed play. And see, Shruls just coming in hard with the extra stack, just bullying his way onto that rail. And, you know, it was a 50-50 fight there in the end, but comes out on top, and Shruls happy taking these gambles against Chug, I think. Yeah, Shruls feels like if he takes these gambles enough, he'll end up winning the game. So. And Shruls just getting caught there in a bad position. Maybe should have tried to escape. I don't know, there's not much you can do in that position. If you get yourself into a bad spot like that, you do have to kind of fight your way out of it.
Like what Chug is doing there, like just kind of going for a bit of a peak rail, trying to whittle down Shruls a little bit for this meg out, but Shruls kind of is forcing his agenda and actually is going to insta-kill Chug.
Wow.
I don't think I've ever really seen it like that before, but...
So that charge does 100 damage?
I think at the end of it, yeah, it does 100.
Wow, that's crazy. I didn't know that. And it's like, even though it like turns your mouse sensitivity down or whatever, it seemed like Shruls had no worries turning there.
Well, he actually might be doing... This is something that's... wow, nice little... I kind of like that. Much it didn't quite work out. And Shruls pressuring again. Apparently, actually, if you use your DPI button, if you change your DPI while in it, actually you can manage it better. You have to basically increase the sensitivity.
Is there a like ratio of how much it decreases the sensitivity? Do you know?
I don't really know off the top of my head, but all I know is that if you definitely,
5 minute
if
warning.
you like manually do it, or if you just increase your sensitivity during that period, yeah, you can use it better.
Yeah, right. There is a button on my mouse to do that, so that's a really good tip.
Alright, game's tied. 5 minutes. Strules with full control on all weapons. Let's go switch to Chug. He's only got the rockets. And I feel like he needs to get the rail. Wow.
Oh, no.
Chug.
Has Chug
As soon as I switch to Chug.
Yeah, did we kick him out of the game or something?
No.
Do you think he disconnected? DC, question mark.
Oh.
Timer froze. Oh, there he goes. Oh no. It's like an even game. You can't say who won that. I think we're just going to have to restart the map.
You can... I think it's better to restart the map. You know, we can play 5 minutes, but I really feel like it's just not that worth it. It's better to just replay the whole thing, especially if it was so even.
For some reason, Chug just disconnected that game, chat. We're not sure why. But restart? Rage quit, Ratsuit says in chat. Hard Beats Department also raging. Katy Perry fan. He's hitting up the chat as well now. All right, I feel like the chat is getting a bit more active. And all right, we can play to 5 mins. Set them. Okay, fine. All right. No, we can't.
Actually, I don't even know if you can even. Yeah. What I might do is, because I remember last time I've had similar issues when I played Dramas, is that when at a minute to go, I might just write in the chat there's a minute left.
Can chat decide? Alright, chat, you can decide what we'll do here. Should we play to 5 minutes? Or should we play to should we play to 10 minutes again? Alright, you can do a vote. Alright, we got 1 vote for 5 minutes. We got 1 vote for 10 minutes. Okay? What are we gonna do? Play the full map, Hard Beats Department says. Alright, we got 2 votes for full map. Full map.
Well, apparently these boys are cool for 5.
Players agreed on 5. Alright, we're gonna do 5. Zens. Alright, we're gonna play the last 5 minutes of this map again. Wow.
You know what's really funny is like what Heartbeats, what Rat Super saying is like, I totally agree that like like it sounds funny. I totally agree. For playing 5 minutes is shit, but playing 15 minutes of the same map is also shit. So I would say it's shitter than playing 5 minutes, because we've already played the 5 minutes, right? So it's like it's the lesser of two evils, but we're playing 5 minutes.
Yeah, who really wants to play, 15 minutes of one map? That extra 5 minutes it's just too much of a struggle.
Dude, honestly, like, it doesn't sound like much, but it really is.
Prepare to fight.
Alright.
Alright,
Round
so we're
begins
playing to
in
5 minutes, everyone,
3,
in case you're wondering.
2, 1, fight.
And I'm on Chug right now, but yeah, so Shrul's got the Mega Spawn, Chug just got the Heavy.
Crush them.
Oh, Shrul's gonna get a point blank, gets the first kill. And I mean, Shruel is not very quite that stacked, honestly, but he is going to be able to have good stead on this Mega. And wow, actually managed to get like 4 nails off. Will Shruel, he actually pushes onto the heavy. It's a nice rocket. Now the thing is, what Chug needs to probably realize is that obviously Shruel's looking for health. He needs to just like quickly find a rail or find weapons and just kind of repressure, like really force Shruel's decisions to kind of be a bit different. But the thing is that now he's got to like, now that he actually has the 75 health, he can really just do whatever he wants now. And okay, Shruel's actually not railable there, so it's not going to end up too good. Nice little orb reposition.
It doesn't really matter when he can chase after you like that. And yeah, Shruel's loving the charge shotgun combination.
Now, funnily enough, the 5-minute timer is actually going to play into effect in this, because to, you know, really give yourself a chance against a heavy champion that has full control and you're trying to manage weapons, you actually need the time. So we'll see how that might actually impact Chug's decisions. Gets the heavy. No bull rush from Shruel's just yet.
Oops. We are watching Shruel's, aren't we? Sorry, stream. Didn't have follow. Oh, if that orb hit, he probably would have converted the frag there, but it didn't quite get to pull it off. And Shruel's gets away, but he's low on stack, and Chug has position on this next Mega. And if he's quick enough, he should be able to get to this heavy as well, so we have full stack. Oh, he's got the opportunity to kill him! He's done it!
Very nice.
So Chug not actually needing as much time as we thought to get himself back into this map.
But it was over that one heavy fight where Shruel didn't have the bull rush up, and I think Chug hit some exit damage, but nice use of the orb to distract Shruel. Okay. Bit of a scuffed fight. Shruel's bull rush is getting cancelled by the wall. It's very unfortunate. And tied the game.
Lead tied.
Let's give him a 2 minutes remaining.
Chug did a great job of using the massive gross eyeball to kind of evade Shruel's bull rush as well. I think he kind of might have knew it was coming. Yeah, but we only got 2 minutes left in this duel right now.
Ooh, okay, I like that, but well, Sugar, when that happens, I think Shruel needs to escape, but it's mine. Wow, nice direct to actually stop. Shruel's not railable, and managed to get the kill. You know, even though it didn't work out for Chug, I really like that play. I think it was creative enough. And Chug getting the refrag, just at the starting machine gun. But Shruel has the weapons, and is going to most likely get the heavy here.
Sorry, I just got the bracket link for the stream. Just want to set up correctly. Alright, so we got, what, 45 seconds left? Even scoreline. This is kind of the ideal way for a map repeat to play out, you know. It's not any less fair, but it will be sudden death after that 5 minutes. So players.
That's what I'm worried about, is if they both frag each other at the same time. It's hard to decide. It's hard to know who gets the first kill. Like
kill feed, maybe. I don't know. Is there a kill feed?
Well, I don't know.
Shruel's and he's got the bull rush!
Oh my god, this game. Oh my god.
Wow.
5-minute warning.
Oh, wow. That's GG. That's the game. Wow, I don't know. How do you feel about that? The drop, the getting held up by the LG into the bull rush. Do you think Shruel should have come out on top of that fight?
Chug. Chug realizing it's the best of 3 now. The thing is, you know, it's interesting because actually Chug, I think, needs to be a little bit further down the stairs, and it's not so bad. But the way in which Strules dropped, it was like he already had momentum falling down. So as much as Chug was like, you know, had good position, could LG him back. Sometimes if someone's already, you know, traveling quite fast to the floor, it's really hard to get a good LG pin. I think that's actually what happened, but yeah, I'd say it's a bit even. Maybe it's quite risky though to have the game-ending play on something like that from Strules, but I don't think it was necessarily intentional. I'd be curious to if that was or not.
Okay, so now we got Vale. It's Oceania's most hated map by far, but it's also Strules' favorite map. So yeah, he never really gets to play it, and when he does, he always plays Keel. I'd be surprised if Chug comes out on top of this one. Wait, yeah, Strules won that last game. Yeah. So yeah, I'd definitely say Strules is the favorite here. He knows the spawns on this map. He knows all the rotations and how long they take really well. And you know, he's playing the heavy champ that he prefers to play on these kinds of maps as well. So yeah. What do you think of Keel on Vale?
Prepare to fight.
Sometimes I love it, sometimes I hate it.
Round begins.
But I think in this matchup, it's again, the thing is with the way that the balancing works in this game, it feels like it's quite even. It really just feels like, you know, whoever gets value out of their ability and makes, you know, good use of their statistics, if that makes sense. But I'd say it's probably actually maybe favored for the Aizen, honestly, because of just how much, you know, if you're in control, how much space you can really create. And refragging, if you're doing it right on this map, is actually not as easy as it seems. Because, you know, especially the Keel is so slow, and, you know, you really have just the railgun, but okay, Chug gonna push into Strules here, and that's the trouble with Keel. You know, you're so easy to be LG'd. Even from that position, Chug had the worst position there, and still LG'd the shit out of Strules there. Okay, lucky to not actually take much damage coming through that teleporter. And
Fire in the hole!
I think Strules needs to get top position, but and this is the issue with contesting the heavy is it's actually quite easy defending from that mid level, try to stop someone from tribal. But Strules on the mega
Takes the extra rail.
and
Didn't want that damage.
Chug's doing the right thing, like he's keeping the game at long range, and it's just kind of keeping Strules low, and it's not going to give him potential to refrag. And look at this, now they're at similar stacks. Strules has no weapons, can't really do anything.
And I think, like, you know, Chug keeping that range there, just landing those 3 rails uncontested with no return damage. There's just not much you can do about that, you know. As you've got to stop being aggressive in that situation. But, you know, as I'm saying that, it goes through the teleporter, hits the point blank rocket, and comes out on the
Strules did a nice aiming kind of trick there. He kind of was very, very patient with that second rail, managed to get 2 rails off, so nice execution by him. Very narrowly still, Chug gets the heavy there. I think Chug making maybe a bit of a slight misplay here. He's going to definitely pay for that one. Alright. Heavy's next. Strules kind of just wanted to get at least some arm before this next heavy, but okay, picks up the heavy. Still no rail by Strules, and this can get a little bit dangerous, but the Mega's gonna spawn now.
down then. I'm not sure what he thought Chug was doing. Maybe he wanted to get into the teleporter, you know, get back up on top that position. Maybe he thought Chug was going around to rail.
Stopwatch.
I honestly can't even remember now, but
Schultz had a great opportunity there to grab him with LG. Gets bounced around to the Mega and ends up having great coming out on top and winning that fight only by about 15 health. Schultz really low right now. Chug way more health. And, oh, great play by Chug. Waiting for him to get that heavy. He just knew the switch was so low and probably go straight for the heavy. So, great awareness, great timing, and you know that's so much damage. He just did like 320 damage or something out of nowhere, all in quick succession.
And this is where the strength of Iceland's going to be now, because Chug's in control. He's got position on this heavy. Schultz picks up, but then again...
the turret actually does get a bit of damage there, but not quite enough, and Schultz getting the final rail, which either player, if they hit then, would have gotten the kill.
Now this is where it gets tough for Schultz.
Chug's playing a really solid game right now. Like, I know Chug hasn't been in form recently, but it really feels like he's playing a really high IQ, tight game. And his strategy this game has been really solid, keeping his distance, trying to hit rails, and just comes straight to the teleporter and hits a direct rocket.
Stopwatch.
So, not playing 5 minutes on this map, which is already a nice change. Chug in full control, just going to press his advantage, but it looks like he might actually lose the heavy here. And nice, I mean, the turret blocks Schultz's exit, and it's actually going to secure Chug another kill.
And Chug just kind of coming out on top of all these brawls right now. And Schultz wants to force this, wants to chase, get the kill. Able to chase him down with that shotgun and get that final damage. And I just kind of feel like both players are really happy to take all these engagements right now. They're really, they're both feeling confident that the engagement will come out in their favor. But I really like this. Oh, okay.
That was a nice little trick.
Don't think I've seen that one before.
I think Chug can definitely be applying pressure here.
It was a good angle. Nice. Good shot by there. Good shot by Chug. And I might not give Chug enough credit on his knowledge of this map, because I feel like he's playing these angles really well with the rail the whole map so far. And it might have taken Schultz by surprise. And I know Schultz feels like he's the favourite on this. Oh.
Ooh. Nice.
Jumping over the lava, hitting the clutch rail.
But that frag is going to cost him. He just has no stack to really be able to keep pressuring here, but...
So this is a best of 3, if you just started tuning in. Schultz is up 1 map and a single elimination. So Schultz wins this map. He's knocked Chug out of the first round. And this is the first round of the brackets.
Now, I mean, it's 3 frags, and Schultz is in control. Okay, now this is where it's a little bit, it can get tough here, because Schultz needs to go, like, kind of go for a trap, but Chug's gonna actually drop onto the rail armor here, and it looks like Schultz gonna definitely get the kill. Yep. mean, Chug goes for maximum damage. It's basically as good as you're going to get it there.
And Schultz giving himself the opportunity here to get back into this game and win the game. Great. Oh, Jules! If he hit either of those rocket or the grenade, then he probably would have killed him. But misses both. Really aggressive play as well. I don't know about these rocket jumps towards the Mega.
I mean, they look nice. I'm just not sure if they necessarily always work out, but...
I guess Q does take less damage when he rocket jumps. Oh, that's a great play. Oh, if he hit that grenade as well. Could have gone for the rail then to finish him off, but I guess he didn't want to trade rail. And... Shrills.
Oh,
That's again that finishing rail that you were speaking about earlier. Not necessary, but you know, if you hit it, you hit it. And
I mean, Shruls, 1 minute. Nice defensive. Okay, this is gonna really punish. It's gonna hurt Shruls' comeback here, but
Schulz really banking on Chug missing that rail on his entry there, but it worked out, and now Schulz has the opportunity to get this Mega. That was a nice rail there by Chug. Oh, that would have been a great shot there by Schulz. He really did need that damage, I think. And Chug's coming aggressive, and he walks into the pineapple.
man, I have to commend Chug. It was a really nice play there. He was not just backing out, even though he had the one frag advantage. He was making all the right plays. He was still doing damage to Shruls and almost literally won him the game. But Shruls was really nice.
Shruls way too early. Uncharacteristically, Shruls gets to Mega way too early, way earlier than 5 seconds too early. Didn't have enough health to fight it, and ends up getting beat. So we're 1-1 now in this matchup. And yeah, see, look at these stats. We got, Chug hitting 38% LG, 66% rail, and Shruls 20% LG, 21% rail. I mean, that's Shruls in a nutshell. He always talks about his aim needs to be better, and I feel like everything he did well that game was based on his brain and getting in Chug's face, but Chug just hitting so much more than Shruls, making it so much harder. So next map is Corrupted Keep. Slash versus Anarchy.
As much as I like this as a lost map. This is going to be a fun lost map. I'm curious what Chug has got in store for Shruls here, considering the Anarchy versus Slash play. It could be something meta, because I've never actually... I quite like it. I think actually there's it really plays out quite fun. But I'm curious if Chug has actually played this matchup, that many times that he knows what to expect.
Yeah. I'll let you take the start of this one.
All right.
We'll start on Chug on Slash. How do you feel about Slash on Corrupted Keep?
I think there's a potential there, but I think the trouble is that it's the starting stack, and you can play. I feel like Nyx is okay on this map, and Anarchy is okay, but the reason why the lights are not strong is because there's such limited stack, and the only champions that you can really play if you were to play a light is Nyx and Anarchy, because Anarchy with the inject, Nyx with the invis can avoid damage, but the Slash, what can she really do besides get to positions that Anarchy can already do so well anyway, right? So, but Chug, whose perspective are you on right now?
We're on Chug's perspective right now.
Okay. So Chug has no weapons. I would definitely recommend getting the shotgun as soon as you can. It's going to be basically his rocket launcher for close range fights if you can't get one. Nice use of nail spam. Going to pick up the heavy again. He doesn't have a shotgun yet, and needs to get a rocket launcher and back out. Because going through mid here, it trades so well for Shruls actually. But
Into the lights.
I think he's trying to go for a time shot denial. Okay, has both weapons now. Shruls a position on the heavy, but now Chug is gonna more than likely lose out on the mega. He's gonna have a position to do damage, but Chug just tracking him a little bit. And now here's the trouble. Shruls has inject, he has 50 armor. Nice direct by Chug. I think definitely he needs to slow down Shruls coming from the heavy here, but actually going for the heavy himself. And nice, and maybe that's actually just then. That's, you know, if there's one way to use Chug's advantage in the game, that was that quick change in speed that only Slash can do there. So really nice use actually there. Okay.
I feel like Anarchy is kind of a medium champ hero in a light disguise. You know, because that overheal changes everything so much. You know, like whether you use it just as you go back around a corner mid-fight and then come back in, just being able to like pick up an armor, overheal, fight, then go get the mega. Like, you know, it just has so much extra health. And wow, deleted right there by Chug. Oh,
I mean, I really like what Chug is showing us here. I mean, he's using the crouch sliding, you know, while Anarchy can still create these angles. I don't know, the crouch slide can really get into different positions faster than what Shruls can in some scenarios. So and he's really using that to his advantage, just catching out Shruls pretty much almost every frag so far, I think.
Yeah, I feel like Chug, like I might not have given him enough credit at the start of this game. I feel like he was not nearly informed to be like highly competitive against Shruls, but he looks like he's sharp. Like he's might have been playing this a fair bit lately, and yeah, I'd say if Chug ends up winning this game based on current form or recent form, I'd say it is an upset. So let's see if Shruls can turn this map around at all. Maybe do a similar thing against what he did to. I don't know. It seems like Shruls might have tilted. We might get an early GG here. I'm getting tons of packet loss, he says. Okay, here we go.
Unless we replay the map, we played 6 minutes. But Chug is in full control. That's the issue with last time is that there was very even.
Yeah. All right, we're gonna form in restart with 7 frags. Okay. All right, here we go. Screen. This is Quake Champions.
We make our own rules.
Yeah.
All right.
When they don't let us, we do it. Okay, so 6 minutes left. 7 frag lead to Chug. And Shrul's probably gonna...
So how are we gonna do this?
6 minutes left, 7 frag lead, I guess. It's not going to be good spectator viewing, because no one's really going to know what's going on, who's winning or who's losing, but...
Because it's funny, because it's like, do we just feed? You know, actually what it might be better to do, I don't know if that really works or not, is...
I think we want to play the first 4 minutes and just like feed him frags. That's
right,
just weird, right? Don't you think? I don't know.
Or if Shruls just suicide 7 times at the start of the game, and then like, all right, now you play 6 minutes. I don't know, because it's hard to set up the same conditions, you know.
I kind of just feel like Shruls might have just been like, "Mom, stop using the internet," and then the mum was like, "Oh, sorry, I was watching Netflix," and then he's like, "Jessica, stop playing Neopets," you know. And they're like,
all that Neopets bandwidth, bro. Like,
yeah,
fucking...
that's right. Get off MySpace.
I can tell you right now, I've had a few discussions with my parents. You know, when they kind of, are you fucking watching Facebook videos? It's like,
Alright,
shit.
so if you don't know what's going on stream, we're playing the last 6 minutes of the game that Chug had 7 frags lead on, and we're just going to start back with Chug again. So I would guess, like, you know, if Chug gets a couple of frags, Shruls might just GG this.
But now this is the trouble. I was going to say, if Shruls gets the first kill, if Shruls gets the first kill straight away, that would have been pretty infuriating, I think. Especially with like that kind of setup. So remind me one more time. We're playing 6 minutes. But Chug has 7 frags.
Yep, Chug has 7 frags.
Okay.
I mean, if anything, this is a solid, a better outcome for Shruls, because it gives him the opportunity to restart the map and be in control, you know? Whereas Chug had full control before. So this is actually, you know, gives Shruls an advantage here, I think. Don't know if I would have agreed to this in Chug's position, but, you know, it's being nice. This is a, you know, community tournament. We're all playing for fun at the end of the day. And $125.
There's money on the line, man. You can't just... No, but that's okay. I mean, the thing is, like, Chug is playing this nice, though. I mean, the thing is, playing it so slow, I don't know, I guess it kind of forces Shruls. Like, he's already 7 frags down. And, you know, Chug doesn't really have the space, not just yet, to really be able to do much. Sorry, are you on Chug's or Shruls' perspective?
On Chug right now.
Okay. This might be... Okay, Chug narrowly gets away there. I think he could have maybe got a heavy there too, but gonna catch Shruls. Very even. 4 damage shotguns coming out everywhere. Shruls just coming out on top there. 6 frags is the difference. I don't think Chug quite realizes how low Shruls was there. He could actually maybe even gotten a mega, but gonna get the heavy himself. And this is where I think now only a champion like Slash can do that. Like getting able to get the LG and get back into mid as quick as he did. So nice use there. Chug should have a kind of a good feel for the mega, but not the exact time, but picks it up. Shruls gonna inject and get the heavy for himself.
And yeah, so we only got 3 minutes left in this map right now. Shruls needs another 6 frags to tie it up, at which point we would go into sudden death. So I think Chug understands this, and you know, will be probably playing a defensive running game now. Oh, oof. That direct. And yeah, he's got the heavy. Shruls really has to make it happen. He's got to put the pressure on right now. And Shruls knowing we're chugging vertically, but you never want to be jumping down there versus an LG, down a corridor. You know, especially if you don't have rockets or something to displace him a bit so you can close that gap.
But
great read.
Shruls, he needs to get this kill before this heavy, and he does. Shruls gonna pick up the heavy and have good control here. And he's gonna look for another spawn frag. So difference is 5?
Difference is 5.
Oh yes.
Difference is 5. Chug is
Right.
currently on 8 frags. 2 minutes left.
Stop
And
watch.
Shul's currently on 3 frags. Hopefully we never have to do this again. If you're wondering,
by Chug.
ooh, nice. And that's probably a sealed deal now. Chug 9 frags up, 9 frags to 3, sorry. And maybe a minute and a half. Comes in super aggressive, and didn't quite have the time on the mega. So I think we could probably say this is a GG.
Yeah, I mean, I think even if Chug literally didn't move off spawn at this point, 7 frags in a minute, I don't think it's even physically possible. I will have to say that Chug played a very interesting game, you know, and this is the strength of, like, you know, sometimes playing these off-meta picks, it's just enough to really, like, confuse your opponent, you know. It's like, how many times in that first 4 minutes that we saw did Chug get kills purely based on, you know, movement, which you just don't think of if you haven't been playing against it, you know. And of course, yeah, so really well played by Chug there, I would say.
Yeah.
Now, do we know who we oh, you go, sorry.
I was just gonna say, like, Chug. I know I said this before, but he's looking in really good form. And now we're gonna get Chug versus Spud Hunter on stream. I think that may be the next match. Or we may ask him to actually wait until we can stream them. Oh yeah, let's stream Donna versus Deport Ramen next. All right. Yeah, what were you saying?
Oh, I just wanted to know what game we had next.
Yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, so what do we got? We got Chug rules 2-1. And I think we want to stream all of these quarterfinals, and then all the semi-finals, and then all the finals. So let me just talk to the admins and just work out what's going on.
I think Spud Hunter Chug would be a good game.
Yeah, I agree.
That'll be fun.
Definitely. Shul's messaging me saying that he was having some lag problems, in fact. So, you know, can't always come out on top. And okay, so why don't we just start going down from the top? Let's go Python versus Soft Group, if they haven't already started.
Let's have a look. If we search their names, we can see. Okay. Yeah, I think they're in a party too. Should we just do Spud versus Chug?
Yeah, let's go. Well, maybe. Okay, yeah, let's do that. Okay, hang on.
Because I think we'll have enough time. I think it'll be nice to do 2 quarterfinals, and then both semi-finals, and then the finals, maybe.
Deal. Okay, well let's do Spud vs Chug and Fortnite Gamer versus, or Redoxide versus the winner of Bumped and Discount A is probably going to be a closer game. So we'll do Spud vs Chug, and then Redoxide versus that, and then we'll go on to the semi-finals from there. That sounds good.
Alright.
Okay. So let's get the Spud Hunter in here.
I see, looking at Spud's stream, he's doing some reconnaissance. He's looking at the Shruls and Chug grinder page. Just seeing what Chug picked.
And I wonder if Bumped and Discone have played yet. Oh, they have. Okay. Wait, let's just do Bumped versus Dockside then?
Let me see. Wait, why aren't we doing the Spud Chug game?
I don't
You're
know, I
gonna-
just can't get onto them.
Yeah, let
I
me
think
see.
Chug's gone
No,
for
no.
a break. Okay, Spuddy's ready. Okay, we're just waiting for Chug.
What did he say in our chat? He said Mike's eating dinner.
Okay.
I swear I thought I saw Chug write something.
Deleted it. Schulz is gonna come in and cast a game after the first map.
Okay.
Ooh, whoops! Everyone on stream gets to see all my private chats. Sorry, stream. How do you re-invite someone? Revoke invite. Invite to party. Alright.
Mm.
Okay. Chug vs Bud. Might just have to wait for them to do the grinder.
Alright.
Might be able to get a link to this grinder. I'm not sure. I think they're doing the grinder. Just away from us. Okay. Well, if that's the case, I'm going to be back in a minute. And I'll be back to help cast this one. So,
Okay. So I guess while we've got the veto in the background, we'll kind of talk a little bit about it. Spud banning, Blood Cove, Chug, Blood Run. It's interesting that Spud actively picks CK. Even as a first map as well. I don't know, you're kind of forced to sometimes always ban BJ. Or, because I guess if you ban something else, then they will usually first pick BJ, I guess. Or they'll pick something like Strog. But Spud, I guess, respect banning the Slash already. And it kind of also like forces him to ban for the next map as well. Like Slash is very strong on Sarnath and Molten. But a classic Galena versus BJ on CK. Interesting that Chug has chosen the Galena instead as the first pick. I guess you can still kind of be a bit, if you disengage a lot, you can really make use of those totems and it kind of creates passive pressure, which maybe if Spud is not clued onto it, it can really be better for Chug there. Chug banning Ranger. The Ranger ban's interesting. I'm curious what Chug is going for. It could just be, again, Spud does play the Ranger, does play those like kind of dump on you champions. Wouldn't be surprised if Spud picks Doom here. Oh, sorry, this is actually for Sarnath. For some reason, I thought it was from Molten. Okay, picks Visor. It's a good pick. Wouldn't mind if Chug picked the Strog there, but Anarchy also is pretty good. I'd say actually Anarchy is probably a bit more of a percentage play against the Visor, because the Visor really doesn't have that much to work with against the Anarchy. I mean, despite like having the entry damage, you can do better. When it comes down to raw fights, and Anarchy is, being very hard to hit with the rockets, doesn't really get that much value out of it. You really want to be using like rockets and shotgun versus Anarchy. The Visor's ability railing into Anarchy is strong too, but I really think you need a champion that can really contest the Anarchy in terms of close range rockets. And usually that comes down to like, playing a Doom, playing a Ranger. But, once you start playing like, how do I say, Visor into Anarchy, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we see some fights where there's scrappy rocket battles and stuff like that.
Alright, I'm back. So,
okay,
we've got CK. BJ versus
Yep.
Galena.
I was already explaining before, I think BJ probably a bit more of a easier champion to play, but Galena has maybe more of a if you can play strategically and play defensive enough, I think the Galena is probably a bit better.
This is like the standard matchup that we see in OCE. I don't know if it's the same overseas, but like on this map, pretty much all the time, it's Galena, BJ, and I think that people like to pick Corrupted Keep first because they know that these champs will get put out of the pool, and then they don't have to worry about them again in the rest of the maps. But yeah, I don't know. It's interesting. It's interesting that it works out that way. So we're going to start on Spud.
Okay.
Prepare to fight.
Do you want to take it off the start?
Yeah.
Round begins in
Let's see what we do.
2, 1. Fight.
Okay. Spud with the rocket spawn. Chug going straight for the heavy there. Now, Chug already instantly throwing down his totem at the start of the game. His next totem's already going to be in 20 seconds. So that's already quite big.
Yeah,
And Spud just kind of taking it a bit slow.
What do you think about the strategy in Spud? I don't know, did he not see the totem then or something?
I think maybe he was thinking that he didn't want to kill it straight away, didn't want to reveal that he was still in the room, but I'm not too sure there, honestly.
I feel like that was a really weird move by Spud. I think he kind of he decided that he wanted to kind of push then, and then got caught halfway and got confused about what to do next. He didn't pop his triple wheel or anything. He just got a bit confused. And Chug continuing his strong form from last game still.
Now I'm curious what Chug decides here. There's not so much time between the items. He can't really get the heavy here, but he's going to actually apply pressure onto it. I think he's mistimed it. Yeah, he definitely has. He's sitting on it, but Spud doesn't quite realize that's what's happened, and Chug using HMG to just pepper him down.
Yeah, actually, I find that people don't use the HMG enough in Australia or New Zealand on this map, and Chug really showing why it's such a strong weapon. Like, if you can just do an extra like 80, 100 damage here and there, like, you know, that's a game thing. But Spud Hunter getting the right position, landing a couple of nice rockets.
Okay, Spud he's walked past 2 totems now, and okay, he manages to kill 1. And he needs to be, on this map, you really need to be putting it away. But now Chug is no totems, and he's got his ability on cooldown, so...
Watch.
And if anyone doesn't know, like, a handy tip, I know everyone loves to draw their graphics property on low, but a handy tip is to put your lighting on high, because then the totems have this massive glow around them. Makes them much easier to spot.
And again, this is, I mean, 25 HP. This is hard. This is hard to do. Is if Spud can actually still like survive and not get fragged like the next 30 seconds, I'll be really surprised. But very nice defensive rockets. There's like 150 damage there. And this is the kind of stuff you should be doing, as what Spud's doing. He's like kind of just like slowing Chug down. He picks up the items, and you know, Chug was 175, but almost.
When you're missing those rockets when someone's jumping straight towards you, it's really demoralizing, like, because you just end up doing 0 damage and the guy's just running towards you. You have to, you know, either... Spud Hunter, I think, kind of gave up in that situation. It's like, I can't do much else. And yeah, the overstack just does so much. But yeah, what I was saying is, I think Spud Hunter just needs to make sure that he's still getting the items and making sure. That's almost a great catch there by Spud Hunter, but not quite. He was like a second too late. If he got there half a second earlier, hit probably like a second more LG, probably would have won that fight. And showing why the shotgun in Quake Champions is such a strong gun. But yeah, he really needs to find these totems here. And not having time on that heavy, you don't just want to be standing around on that heavy, especially when your opponent's just jumping in like that, because they're always going to get the initial damage.
I mean, Chug just making a good use of speed there. Like, the way that he attacked was already so hard for Spud to stop, but could actually lose that frag, but barely managed to come out on top there.
Kind of love Chug's confidence though. Like, he doesn't have LG, he's okay with it. It's like, yeah, I can just finish him with the machine gun. And, you know, obviously calculated it right. You know, you could always say, you know, maybe Spud Hunter could have hit more or whatever. But, you know, in this situation, this time, it worked out perfectly. I'm actually really impressed with Chug's form.
Yeah. I don't know, he's just kind of making it happen. I guess like you said, it's the fact that he's really just not... I don't think he's necessarily disrespecting his opponent, but he's just like playing confidently, you know, with his movements and his attacks. So
Yeah, and you know when you're like, you can't discount how good Spud Hunter is. Like, he's actually a very solid player, and he's being made to look like a little bit of a nooblet right now by Chug. And it just goes to show like how well Chug is playing. Like when your opponent is looking like not the player they usually are, it usually means that you're playing an excellent game. Oh, it's a bit risky.
With a shotgun, we've seen this earlier. Spud did manage to get the kill, and
Stopwatch.
looks kind of funny somehow. Okay, Chug gets the heavy, and
The overstack.
yeah.
And yeah, Spud's gonna have a really hard time once he finds these totems. He's found one.
Master.
I mean, 7 frags, 3.5 minutes. It's doable, but with the current setup that Chug has, that totem almost killed him there.
I mean, there's just not much to say about this match right now. I just feel like, well, Spud Hunter gets a frag. Here we go. Can he turn around? I just feel like Chug, from this position, you know, you never want to go too defensive and just hand the game, like the map away. But at the same time, Chug doesn't really need to make anything happen anymore. He can just keep Spud Hunter at arm's length, get room damage here and there, but otherwise not take any engagement. It's going to force him into a room and you know, a death. And just as I say that, drops down at the worst time. Spud catches him out with the rocket. 79 damage rocket to start that fight, and Spud converts an easy kill. So 5 more kills to go. 2 minutes 20 left on the clock. Can he do it?
I mean, Chug has no more. You only just put down just one totem now, but Spud gonna get the mega. I'm curious what Spud can do here, because Chug is already starting to play the running game. Nice use of position there. Actually hits massive damage onto Spud, but I think this could be good for Chug. Wow, nice direct. Actually, really nice direct. And it's going to give him enough time to get this mega. And I think if he gets it, he needs to leave.
Oof. Okay.
And that kill probably is going to call it, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I see what Spud was trying to do there. Like, he needed to force the situation, but you just can't walk towards someone in a flat ground like that with the LG when they can just continue with the rocket. You have to keep your distance, you know? He just got too close to him. Got too close to let him get that rocket off, and that was it. Yeah, so what's the next map in this best of 3? We've got Ruins of Sarnath, Visor vs Anarchy. Okay. I love watching a Visor play Ruins, because although they don't have the movement capabilities, they make a lot of plays just based on getting extra damage like rails or knowing which direction your opponent is going. But I gotta say, I think, like, personally, I think Anarchy is my favorite on Ruins.
I definitely it's one of the stronger these days. People have really figured out that somewhere between the stack and the movement, yeah, it's one of the better champions to play for sure.
Yeah.
You win.
So that is a win for Chug. Chug, you know, I thought was an upset against Shrules. And I've got to say, I think it's an upset against Spud Hunter as well. Like, Spud Hunter has 150 people on his stream or whatever right now. You know, he's a really solid Quake player. Been playing it for a long time. Yeah, and I know Chug is really solid as well. I'm not taking that away from him, but I'm just saying I think I think this is a solid run by Chug, returning to some form that we haven't seen in a long time.
Well, actually, didn't mention it before, but I'm not sure how much this is public knowledge. But Chug has been he's been telling me about this strategy that he's been doing lately in terms of improving at the game, and he was saying, I think you heard somewhere that if you ever lose something, you're ever at a deficit, you're only one less loss from getting closer to where you're going to go, which makes sense, right? It's like if you want to be the best player, then whatever, if you win or lose the game, whatever you are, what's going to happen if you lose the game? Well, you're one less loss from getting there. So I'm not sure how other people feel about this logic, but he's been actively trying to not lose games on purpose, but just play as many games, and he needs to reach a lose quota. So he'll try to lose like 10 to 20 games a day, which if you're losing games, keep in mind, if as you progressively get better, you start winning, it's hard to kind of get that quota. But that's definitely a really good philosophy for getting better, because if you're losing to something, obviously you're finding a way to kind of best that, right? And obviously it's been really paying off. I mean, the consistency, I think, is really showing in these games so far.
Yeah, for sure. That's a good philosophy to have. Like, I feel like you need something like that in a game like Quake, where it is like, you can get so destroyed by an opponent that is maybe slightly better than you, and it's really demoralizing unless you have a kind of a philosophy like, I'm going to step back from the game to get the correct mindset to take it forward. But okay, so we got Chug versus Spud Hunter. Chug is one map up. If he wins this map, Spud Hunter is eliminated from the tournament. If Spud Hunter wins, we're going to the third map. So GLHMs are out, and we're starting on Chug this time. He's got the heavy spawn. He pops his overheal really quick, as you should probably if you get the heavy, and he's got both the rail and the LG. He's given up position on this rail and allowed Spud Hunter to get it. Spud Hunter still hasn't used his ability, so he's got the walls and rail to use before the next major. So let's see what Spud can do with this. And Spud comes in strong here. I don't know about this. He has the rockets. It was the right play. It was a really nice play there by Spud Hunter. I think maybe caught Chug off guard a bit too much, and like Chug maybe could have held him back with LG, but worked out for Spud Hunter. So now he's in the lead.
It was definitely an odd first frag. Spud kind of just like walked into him there, and I guess Chug didn't really kind of stop him, but now this is where it kind of gets a little bit tough, because there is enough time, and Spud's going to have massive stack to be able to stop him from this heavy, but looks like Chug's going to still be able to get the heavy too.
Oh, Spud stuffing up his movement there. I think he definitely wanted to jump over and then drop down. He should know that Chug wants to get that LG, and he's reasonably in the know. Went for the cutoff. Yeah, he tried to play out the same situation, but this time Chug keeping his distance, fighting with that LG, and Spud not hitting the tight rockets that he needed to, so Chug coming out on top. And
Chug kind of...
Yeah, go.
Oh, you go.
I was going to say, I think Chug just then maybe should have continued to camp the rail and the LG. Instead, now he's given Spud Hunter both of them. And although he's got position on the Mega now, he probably could have done some extra damage, maybe a kill. He heard the visor being popped.
But Chug can kind of just sit here. I mean, honestly, he can just like kind of keep waiting until he needs to get repositioned for the Mega, but that bounce pad's actually not going to be good news for Chug, because that means that Spud can get to the Mega faster, but goes another way instead.
Stopwatch.
This is the trouble with the visor, is that if you're not getting value out of the ability, then all of a sudden your character just becomes a quick VQ3 character. You know, it's sometimes like just then when he popped the ability, he wasn't close enough, I would say, to get the heavy, but at the same time, you know, the heavy was spawning in 3 seconds. Chug could easily just shoot spam rockets, and the ability doesn't really give him anything, I think, and not in that scenario. And just then, we just saw, like, one of the reasons why Anarchy is so strong, because just then, Chug blew his ability, and because of the faster acceleration, even just like the AD strafing, like even just like flat strafing, wow, Spud managed to get the MG kill. He couldn't hit him with the rockets. You know, it's just very small adjustments that you can make because of that ability.
And I can see like the difference now in Spud's movement. He's moving around the map much quicker. I feel like he's playing with more confidence now. So I don't know. It's like one of those things you can really see in a player if they have confidence or not, and like, you know, how they're using that. But he's got position on this next heavy. He can hold him out of the room. He's getting pushed by Chug. Chug with the great exit damage. That was a big way to win that fight. And now Chug has a stack advantage, even though he's a lighter hero. Spud Hunter knows it, backing off.
What you could do here, I would say, is actually, you could even, especially because Chug has the inject, maybe don't even pick up the Mega and just reposition early for heavy, because, well, but it's not going to matter actually. It looks like Chug's going to hit just really nice damage. But that's something I see like other pro players, what good players will do is, like, the obvious choice is now the not so obvious choice. Like, for example, yeah, the Mega was 5 seconds before the heavy, but instead of picking up the Mega, you can actually just take the time to quickly reposition as if you were going to attack the heavy earlier, and then hopefully kind of, you know, create some kind of confusion between your opponent. But Chug just kind of cleaning up the map right now, gets another frag on Spud.
We got I just feel like having a movement ability on this map is so much more valuable than anything else. It's such a big map, and getting, you know, you can either big fight of this heavy. This could be game deciding. Neither of them have enough health. Spud Hunter can't take a rail, but Chug doesn't want to force this, and his visor ran out just before he got the opportunity to get that extra shot off. So yeah, I think Chug probably could have forced the frag there, but he really maybe doesn't want to take that risk considering he's up 3 frags. And oh my gosh, huge drop down onto some LG. Did he get the heavy? He didn't get the heavy. Spud Hunter, perfect timing, and he's got himself into a position to get himself back into this game.
I think then that was more of a case of just understanding the boundaries. Like, just then, Chug had the right idea. I think he was doing the right thing, but just small adjustments where it's like how Chug is standing while, you know, Spud is dropping, and just small stuff like that really kind of cost him there, I think.
Well, I mean, also, I feel like Chug has been playing a fair bit of Quake Live lately. And if you try to drop on someone in Quake Live when they have their LG out like that, you're not going to hit the ground. Like, they're going to hold you in the air the whole time. you know, whereas in Quake Champions you just keep falling. So that is a situation that took me ages to get used to in Quake Champions, where people could drop on you if you have the LG out. And so I feel like Chug might have misjudged that, thinking it was a like impossible fight for Spud Hunter to win. But you know, now the game's tied up. We've got 2 minutes to go, and Spud Hunter, great catch out there. He really needed that extra damage. Pops his visor. Can he get the rail? Oh, one more rail and he'll do it.
And this is where that strength of the visor, using that, like, he pretty much got that rail because of that. Are you on the Spud cam right now?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Spud needs to finish his kill here. Hopefully not take another rail, but that rail is going to really cost, it's going to mean a lot for Chug in this next minute or so of what he can do.
It gives Chug the opportunity to get that Mega, because, I don't know, maybe he wouldn't have gotten the Mega anyway, but you see, now Chug is just so much more stacked, and Spud Hunter just has to run and go find these little 25 health bubbles. Yeah, you're totally right. That extra rail meant so much just now. Oh, that rail would have been huge.
Stopwatch.
He's still got time. Chug gonna get the Mega. And wow, really, actually, I like what he did there. And you have to always be careful of players doing that. He just waited. You know, he didn't go straight for the Mega. He kind of just waited one defensive rail, but gotta catch Spud out again. Chug has ability. It's kind of a bit of a stalemate. I think the thing is, what's interesting is that when you're this close, it's actually kind of easy to defend in a sense. I mean, there's no way that. I was gonna say, if Spud defends there for 40 seconds, that'd be fucking ridiculous. But this might cost him. Chug goes to the Mega. Going to get both items, and more than likely his ability faster than Spud will. Chug just needs to not. He needs to not do anything dumb. I mean, he goes to the teleporter there. That could have been a bit risky.
All right.
At this point, I would disregard the items and go straight. Just find him. At this point, Spud is too weak to contest. You already know that he's going to be hiding. The Mega doesn't really do all that much, but now Spud's going to have 100, and all of a sudden, you know, Spud's actually in a good spot.
And you got to remember, like, Chug has a map in hand right now. Spud cannot lose this map. He gets eliminated from the tournament. So all the pressure is on Spud right now to win this game. I mean, obviously Chug wants to wrap it up right now, but Spud Hunter, you know, he can't get fragged. One more frag, he's out of the tournament. So, oh, great damage. Chug gets his own direct. They're both low.
Oh my god.
Oh, that inject just before he took the damage.
All sorts of scrappiness, but Chug pushing back in, and that heavy is actually going to be massive. I mean, Spud's only going to have just one armor here, and looks like Chug's going to have position on this next Mega. Hits that rail, that's massive. Okay, if Spud can actually manage to do anything from here, I'd be really surprised. I mean, ability down.
Oof.
Wow, nice.
Wow. And that's Chug winning 2-0 over Spud Hunter. Wow. That is massive. And that final shot was almost a pixel rail. Is pretty impressive to see as well. And that's Spud Hunter out of the tournament. So, I don't know. What else do we have to really say about that?
Yeah, I think I think we may have been hosted because all of a sudden we have 160 viewers.
Oh shit.
Cool. Or we're just delightful, and that's why all the boys are here now. I think we did though, and I'm not sure who did. So whoever did, thank you for that.
Thank you. Okay, so next game we're gonna stream is Redoxide vs Mike, and then into the semi-finals after that. So I mean, I feel like this has been a pretty chill tournament so far. There hasn't been too much like sweating going on, but the level of play I've been reasonably like pleased with. I feel like people have, you know, brought a good level of mechanics, good level of Quake IQ, and yeah, I don't know. What do you think? Like, you've played Quake Champions, especially in Australia, a long time. Do you think the standard, besides, you know, the Steege, the Dans, you know, the top kind of players that are around the place, do you think that the standard has gotten better?
I think it's gotten better in like a very specific way, which I feel like the positioning and, you know, the decision making, I think is definitely better than what I've seen in the past, where, you know, sometimes it just feels like there's just two players running around in the map and maybe there's not much going on. But from what I've seen so far, honestly, like, people are actually making better, you know, intelligent plays. I think the only thing I can really say is like the next step after that is like, you know, is your Steege, your Dans, your Pythons, is like the execution in some of these attacks from like people that do it better is literally the exact same decisions you'd usually make, but small adjustments where, you know, they're aware of the boundaries of certain things, you know, like how close you can be, or how much you can get away with all the champions. But yeah, I don't know. We've seen some really cool stuff today, so it's been fun.
Okay, so we got a couple of games left in this tournament, guys. We're gonna stream Redoxide versus Mike. I think Fortnite Gamer 57, the best name in the tournament, versus the Port Ramen is going on right now. And then we're going to stream Python vs Chug, the other semi-final, and then the grand final. Yeah. So, Heartbeats department. Do you know Fortnite Gamer 57, the outcome of that match?
Alright, Fortnite Gamer 57, calm down.
And I think Shruls is going to come in and cast this
Hello.
one. Shruls, how you going?
Yep. Good, thanks. Bit annoyed, but ready
That's
to
okay,
go.
mate.
What can you do?
I think Chug was really showing like something very interesting there with like the slash pick and the way that he was making the kills. Like, as much as that's a hard way to lose, I think that you have to respect what he was doing there, because I think actually it wasn't really all that bad, honestly.
Yeah. He did some really nice plays. A couple times where my game just like froze and I couldn't do anything, but yeah. Bloody classic Australian internet.
Yeah.
Good games though. That was internet issues on both sides.
I feel like since we've got 170 viewers right now, we probably have some people that are outside of the Australian community watching. If you're wondering, the best Australian internet plan going around right now that isn't like a business plan is 100 down, 40 up. So, and that is only something that came in like a few months ago. So, yeah. We've been struggling with our internet for a long time here in Australia. Australia, mate. Yeah.
Like that.
Yeah, I think we're waiting for Mike. I don't know where he is. Oh, is he here now?
Oh, can chuck us an invite as well?
Here we go. We've got him in. And Shruls.
Now, I imagine these guys have done vetoes, haven't they?
Yeah, they already did them. We got CK up first, Annika vs Galena. Then we got Vale with Scalebearer Ison. There's so much Vale being played. So strange. And Molten Nixon Visor. And some extremely epic music in the background right now by accident.
think the favourite here has to be Mike. He's been playing well.
I mean, I always thought Redoxide was not too bad as well.
Oh yeah, Redoxide's a good player. Yeah. Last big tourney was the really big one was OQS, and we saw Redoxide actually took out Fishy, while in the group stage Mike took out Python. So both have big names under their belts.
I mean, the thing is, I'm just curious. The Anarchy is a bit more of a niche.
Alright, hold up. Guys,
Yeah.
everyone in chat, give us a kuachi, okay? Let us know your prediction for this game. Who's going to win? Is it going to be Redoxide? Is it going to be bumped? What maps? How many maps is it going to be either way? What do you think it's going to be? Discane, I know you want to give us your prediction, mate. Come on. Come on, chat. Let us know. Let us know. What are you feeling? What are you feeling in this game? All right, back to you, Zenaku.
Alright. I'm gonna say bumped only because it sounds more of a threatening. Sounds more threatening than Redoxide. I don't know. I'm more of a bumped kind of guy. Trules, what's your prediction?
I mean, I've got to go with Mike. I mean, he's my 2v2 partner, so he'd abandon me otherwise.
It's true, you're his friend, otherwise you'd be a scumbag. Alright, Mike, bumped getting the LG spawn, and they're gonna meet at the rockets here. Looks like Redoxide. Okay, Redoxide actually, just from even the start there, I can tell he knows he knows what he's doing with the Anarchy. He's not just kind of messing around. So we'll have to see.
Shout out to Spud Hunter, all the Spuddy buddies on the stream right now. He just rated us with 93 viewers. Very nice.
Oh yeah.
And can we get some whiskeys in the chat, please? Can we get some whiskeys in the chat for the Spuddy dogs, for the Spuddy buddies?
I will not grant you.
Appreciate that, mate.
If you're wondering, Zenaku, Australia's great hero right now, is casting with Shrules and Haymo. Anyway, back to the game.
Alright.
Actually, an interesting scenario because both players have LG here. Like, we don't have any of that denial at the moment.
But Redoxide with position on the heavy, Bumped's gonna have to give it up, and okay, Redoxide actually leaving the heavy, and he's gonna give it to Bumped. And good timing by Bumped to actually recognize that obviously he was still up. Okay, definitely Bumped's getting the better end of that trade. And I think this is where Bumped really needs to be in mid position. Needs to kind of be pressuring Redoxide, so he can't just do what he's doing right now, which is taking, you know, don't give Redoxide mid position. He should have it instead. And nice combo. All right, Bumped with the heavy. No LG for Redoxide yet. And he's only just got the rockets.
Hope minutes up. These totems have done a lot of work already this game.
Nice weapon selection by Bumped. And here I think what Bumped could do again is you can wait for the heavy there, but then just keep pressuring. I mean, it's going to work out for him here, but he had the stack. We didn't really need the heavy. We could just keep pressuring here if we wanted to.
Do you think he's trying to get heavy more because it's an Anarchy, and the Anarchy does have that inject, so he really only needs heavy to get the double overstack?
To some extent it does help a lot, but then I often find that really, you know, it's a combination. It's a combination of having the weapons and the stack, but yeah, you're absolutely right. Getting the heavy does kind of go better for Bumped there, kind of locking out the Anarchy. Okay, items at a similar time. Redoxide, I'm still kind of finding that he's just not having enough contestable stacks. So really, what's happening is because he's contesting too much, we're finding the Bump can just kind of keep fighting. He can just keep doing damage, and he's always too low to really be able to, you know, win a clean fight. What do you think about?
Sorry, I was just gonna say, there's the largest gap between the items so far. I think if Red's able to get Mega Gun, he could get to heavy quickly, while Mike with the Galena doesn't have that speed.
Kind of a mid-trade here. This is where it can get awkward for Bumps.
We yield in the power of the ancients.
And again, I guess this is why the struggle sometimes to the anarchy can happen versus Gleaner, is because the health restack, as much as it's not overstack, it's the fact that she can just benefit so much. And again, nice kind of follow up.
Good damage from Red though, got a direct in the end.
May the power heal you.
What do you think Redoxide needs to be doing? Because it just feels like he's just pressuring himself too much out.
He keeps on fighting. So far in this game, he hasn't really had trouble getting the weapons. We haven't seen mass LG denial from Mike, but they've got all the weapons. Red just is taking these really 50-50 fights, and Mike's coming on top a lot of the time. He's hitting better right now.
I think it just has a lot to do with the fact that, I mean, it's the classic, the defensive player, even though they're both, in mid position, they're both fighting for something, Redoxide is pushing into Bumped. So what ends up happening is, like, well, Bumped can just stand there and just, like, literally just, push Redoxide back, whereas Redoxide's taking, the full 100% of the damage, whereas, Bumped can kind of dodge and do a bit more with that unit.
Yeah. Currently, Bump's got almost 1,000 damage more than Red this game, and the items have gone almost exactly the same. Should be a frag. I think we've seen a spawn frag attempt here.
And nicely executed.
I personally really like those that totem placement. I feel like if you can control that side of the map, it's really hard for your opponent to get the angle. And, two really solid rockets there.
I think Mike's Bump's speeding this game up, going for frags. Red's not making any attempts to fall down. He's straight back in here fighting, even though he doesn't have any armor.
I don't know. Mike definitely is playing quite well here. I mean, we're gonna have to see how this goes, but it really feels like this might be just Bump's map to win. I don't know, just the trouble is once the Glean is going, once she's got the weapons, once she's got the stack, like with this amount of 3 minutes left and 9 frags, you have to be very patient. Yeah, he's just kind of taking too much damage.
I think with how much Red's also doing a fair bit of damage to Bump, and that's allowing him to deny these small armors. Like if Red just left alone for a bit, he'd actually have too much heavy overstack to deny them. And Red pushing in again off spawn.
But what's interesting about that Strules is that it seems. Sometimes some decisions in this game seem so obvious that it almost feels wrong. It's like, for example, that Redoxide should just keep running so that he can't, deny the small armors. And for some players, they just keep thinking, well, it seems wrong. It feels like you should always keep fighting. That's how you win the game, right? But in some scenarios, it's actually better to not do any damage. Yeah. Redoxide just sitting on, literally he's just standing on the top armor and they're kind of just looking at each other. I mean, at this point, I think Bumps is just trying to make the game literally as unlosable as possible. Just kind of running the clock.
Don't die yet.
Do you have any like particular things that you think that Bunt is like strong at, or like why, you know, what he might be better at than Redoxide particularly at doing?
I think something that Red does sometimes is he can tilt, he can get out of rhythm. Like Mike's really good at just continuing playing well, like no matter what's happening. And he's just keeping this rhythm. He's very good at just doing the standard plays, but he also can do a lot of tricks as well.
Well, I think you learn those all from the Scale Bearers, the Soul Lags, you know, doing those type of picking those type of champions. You can really get away with a lot with those.
Yeah. I also think Galena's just such a strong pick on this map. We saw it with Chug playing Spud as well.
Why do you think Galena's
Well, I think
so
it's
strong in this map?
Well, I think it has a lot to do with the disengage. So, for example, like, and the fact that the stack, the way that the items are distributed on this map, it's very like, you know, if you want to go somewhere, because there's no railgun, the way that you do damage in between items is kind of very, feels like it's very specific. Like, you can only be doing like LG or HMG damage, but when you go to an item, you have to commit to going there. So what the Galena does is says, well, I can just create totems where I can get health, and I don't have to really go anywhere, and I can just still hold this position.
You lose.
So it's really a combination of like small factors like that. You know, you'd think that with the ability, with the air control of the Anarchy, it can be, you know, you can outposition or do something, but just with how much stack you can get and how to get that stack, it can really feel like, you know, the Anarchy will overcommit. You end up, you know, losing a lot of health for it, and then all of a sudden the Galena can recontest because she has more armor. You know, she spawns with 50 instead of 0. So
Yeah, Mike hitting 41% LG that game.
Yeah, Mike's aim's just generally really solid. Hits well. Red's a bit more inconsistent with his aim. Like, he has the potential to hit really well, but doesn't always happen.
the thing is, we're going to see on the next map, Redoxide is on Scalebearer and bumped on Eisen. So I think that this is going to be, I would say, better. I would expect a better performance out of Redoxide, because it's going to be a champion that he can just dump on bumped and see how it goes. I'm going to call you Beer back 1 second, okay?
Sure.
This will definitely have been Mike's map pick though. He's really good at Vale. Honestly, one of the best players in Australia on it. He destroyed me on it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I think one thing potentially he could do with the Eisen is, I don't rate this, but like if you have your turret ability up and the scale charges at you, you just chuck it in front of him and just stop him. But like you wouldn't want to just keep your turret, save your turret for that though.
Yeah, I guess so. What you like Vale most out of all the maps, right?
I wouldn't say I like it most, but it's probably my best map when I'm playing well.
And okay, but okay, so it's your best map. Do you think what do you think is the strongest champions on Vale?
I think the two strongest would have to be Solag and Galena. The totems are just really useful around the map, and out of control, you can sort of hide in that rail room and use those totems. Solag, just the movement, the speed through the map. Scalebearer and Eisen are also definitely top tier characters on this map.
Prepare to fight.
Scale, like he can move through, it's definitely a map where you can use the rockets a lot, you can get into the face of your opponent. And the Eisen, like the turret's just always going to be useful on maps with this many teleporters. Like, the main thing on this map is controlling the top area is very important. So that's why the turret's good.
Redoxide starting here with the Scalebearer again on that mega spawn. And
Yeah, that's the much better spawn on this map.
that's so
Like,
much
Mike-
damage.
Yeah, rockets are so good on this map, and when one player spawns with rockets and the other doesn't, it's quite a hard hill to get up.
Alright, I have returned.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
So, Mike's advantage right now is he has rail. He's about to lose that, but he's taking the LG fight. Oh, and he walks into the acid. That's unfortunate.
Red Oxide knowing that Mike wanted, Mike knowing that Red Oxide wanted that rail real bad, caught him off at the rail. It's great play, really. Although I don't know if the LG versus LG fight was really the right way to play it. Maybe it would have been better to do like maybe some rail or something
Mike
like
didn't
that.
have rockets at that point,
I
so
see.
he just had to. I mean, it's not that bad of a fight for LG, and he's trying to force a fight like that. Mike not healthy. Railable, and he's just sort of listening out, waiting for Red to leave.
I mean, it's funny because this map kind of plays like a blood run sometimes, just because of like, you know, the quick change in corners and its quick change in angles really means that, you know, you can run if you play the sound cues correctly. But Red Oxide has ability up. I think he could turn around and just literally just bump to you. But, you know, Red Oxide hitting untraded rail. Might be able to cut position.
Oh, and he's stuck up with his pad. Huge charge as well. Like he's lost so much from that one fight.
My goodness, that's a, you know,
Mike.
there's not much you can do about that. Although Red Oxide could have caught bumped out there with the rail.
Yeah. Oh, it's a really nice shot.
I'll stand big.
So Red's doing a lot. Mike's just forced to back off. He just doesn't really have the stack to contest for the items at the moment.
Okay. Mike gonna get himself a rocket launcher. The Mega. This is kind of important now because in this scenario, it gets a bit awkward when both items are the same time. It really depends on who has position for what. Whoever really surrenders the low ground, whoever surrenders the high ground can't really. It's hard to get an item. But Red Oxide has heaps of stack to play with, especially because of the slower decay. So I'd be smashing, like getting into Mike's face right now. That's what he's doing.
He's got his charge up as well, but so much LG for fun. Oh, that rail's a bit of a mistake. Missing the charge. Be a frag. Let's see if Mike goes to the spawn frag. Oh.
Unfortunate to miss that rail, but it doesn't mean too much. And again, we're gonna see Bump to go straight from Mega to Heavy. But even if he's late, can still convert the frag, so...
Where do you rate like turret placements on this map? We're seeing Mike use a teleporter a lot. Another common spots are the rockets though.
I mean, I'll be honest, I'm not too proficient with Eisen on this map, but I really think that the strength is through the teleporter at the top, because it forces players to basically really limits them from moving through there. But having them at the rocket launcher is kind of if you're in full control, it really limits them being able to push the rocket launcher, which is, you know, the weapon for them to come back into the game. But nice combo by Red Oxide, hits another rocket.
Hunter damage.
This could be Red Oxide's open. Let's see how we keep... I've been noticing a lot that a lot of players are using like these rail... The rail finish is nice, but the amount of times people have slipped away with 40 HD and they're close enough to still die to another weapon. It's... Yeah, they're getting away too much, I think.
We've seen Mike's got every weapon at the moment, while Red's only got the main 3 and the machine gun he spawned with.
Let's have a look. Oh yeah, that's very interesting to actually think about. Never didn't notice that.
Mike's been alive a lot more so, and he's got that better weapon for the finish. Red actually ran out of rockets that last fight, so he only had LG and Rail to choose.
Well, Redoxide again with both items, and going to be able to catch, maybe bumped out here. This is where it gets dangerous. I mean, he does need to push through. Mike's defensive damage is really just punishing Redoxide heaps.
A lot of rail damage there. Give him heavy, and suddenly Red's on the back foot. Another frag.
Played by Mike.
I think what we see compared to the last match, whenever Mike's been out of control, he's slowed the game down. We've seen him with almost no stack. He's not contesting for items, he's not fighting, he's just being quiet and waiting.
I mean, dying to the turret is already frustrating enough, so we'll see.
How worried?
Really interesting. There you go.
How worried do you think Red should be with this 7 frag deficit and only a few minutes remaining?
I think it's at this point I'd say the likelihood, not even so much about the time and the frag difference. I think it is possible, but I'm thinking more about what eventually happens is patterns in play. So for example, like, oh wow, okay, the turret just did like almost 150 damage there. Just the way that Redoxide's playing, I'd say it's I don't know if it's even possible for him to even change his playstyle to win the remainder of this game, you know? Whereas actually, it still is actually quite possible. But it really comes down to untraded damage and some kind of just being patient enough until you have enough weapons, or trying to create space where you think that Bump doesn't expect an attack or something, but we're just not seeing that at the moment.
Oh,
what even?
was that packet lag?
Oh man.
Did he just
Mike
teleport
cheating?
through? Yeah.
Confirmed Mike using no clip. I think we're gonna have to ban him.
That looked really odd, actually. I don't know what happened there.
Hey, since this map is, winding down, what's your opinion on using the video inspector to get, no picture?
I think actually, to be honest, I actually prefer with it off. Although, apparently, in competitive, it's not allowed to be used because I think they want the game to be looking a certain way, or the weapons and stuff like that. So it can't be used in competitive anyway. But I don't know. You got some players that still run the game on medium and high and stuff. So why have you found that it's better or?
Played at, right now. How would they
1 minute warning.
Well, yeah, I guess they can't. But to be honest,
I mean, it's not.
I don't know. I mean,
it's not like it's a big advantage kind of cheat. It's not like it's horrible.
Stopwatch.
It doesn't really give you more visibility. It's really aesthetically. But I understand why.
I think it's.
Rage.
Yeah.
Personally, I find Pigment the NVIDIA Inspector Pigment really ugly. Just can't play with it.
Yeah, it's a tough one. I mean, the thing is, I would say to some extent it does make the game, there's less intrusion. You can clearly see where your opponent is and stuff like that. But yeah, I would say it's. I don't know. I wouldn't do it. And Mike killed himself.
So Mike takes that map. Really strong 2 maps. I think he only dropped 1 frag, and that suicide over the 2. Yeah, looking good for the semi-finals.
GG. Is that two maps? That's the second map, right?
Oh yeah.
GG. So, what are we up to now? Let's have a look. Alright, so we're up to the semi-finals now. We got Python versus Chug up next.
They're
Alright.
starting their grinder at the moment.
Cool.
We have the maps being CK, Veil again, and Molten.
Do you have a link?
Yep, I'll send to you.
Statsman Shrules with the numbers.
I'll let you guys go through this. The
Sweet.
map picks or the hero picks.
CK first. Python's map pick. I don't know. I thought I'm a bit surprised Python didn't pick Awoken. That's a map he usually picks, and I don't think it's a map Chug likes very much. He banned it against me at least.
Well, actually, Python opted to ban the Blood Cove as his first map. Well, actually, it looks like that Python has really tried to ban the big maps. I mean, he's banned both Blood Cove and Ruins of Sarnath, so...
So for CK, I think Chug's got the better pick with Galena over BJ. But what do you reckon? Do you rate? Which do you rate?
I really think the Galena is actually better, but the trouble is that it's harder. You have to play with less mistakes, whereas the BJ can kind of create mistakes, and it only just takes one error for all of a sudden the Galena to really look like a bad character on that map sometimes. But the Galena, I would say, statistically, if you play it correctly, it's actually better.
Yeah.
Moving over to Veil, Python actively picks Ranger, even though champions like Solag and Scalebearer are still up. Ranger's already like a very strong pick on that map as it is.
It's probably good against the heavies, just with that orb damage and the ability to get out.
Moving over to Molten, Python respect banning the slash. I like that. What do you think? What do you think Chug should pick here?
I think so. It's likely that Python's going to pick the Athena he really likes on the map, so I think Chug would have to keep that in mind. I'm not sure about this next pick. If Python has the Athena, he just has the speed to chase it down. But it'll be interesting.
Well, it's interesting. It's interesting. I played Nyx versus Athena on Molten, and as much as the Athena can really like ramp up, it's really interesting how that matchup can work, because you end up in a scenario where the Athena can really, cascade a lot of frags, but the Nyx always feels like she actually has the advantage, like in terms of like straight up fights, because the aggressive invis push, or like in the middle of a fight using the invis to change the scenario. But the trouble is the Nyx can't like rack up the frags as well as the Athena can.
So I haven't actually seen these guys play much, because Python's, I've seen him in a couple comps, but he doesn't really duel casual anymore, and I don't think Chug's dueled anyone except Knight out of tournaments for the past 6 months. Yeah.
Fair call.
So
Actually, is Haymo the leader? Hopefully he's still here.
yeah. Chug said he'd be 2 minutes anyway, so yeah. So obviously Python's the favorite, favorite for the entire tournament. What do you reckon? You reckon Chug can pull an upset out?
Let me quickly look at the maps again. First map will be hard to win, the CK. Veil is winnable, and then also Molten is very winnable. So, but the trouble is that on maps like Molten, and let me think for a second. Maps like Molten and Veil, if he's taking too much like damage in between items, it's really not going to go very well for him.
So how do you feel Chug's been playing while watched quite a few games again with him?
Alright, everyone. Sorry to cut you off here, Shruls and Zen, but can we get some predictions in the chat, please? Come on, what do you guys think's going to happen this game? Do you think Python's going to 2-0 Chug? Do you think Chug came into this tournament with awesome form? He's been playing top dog. Do you reckon he can cause a bit of an upset here? What do you reckon?
Or is he about to get bodied?
Is he about to get bodied? Spud Hunter reckons that Chug is gonna get the win because he's on the Cerebro right now. Murder reckons he's going to win. Like Joan of Arc reckons Zenaku's gonna lose. Vonwo is rooting for Python. All right. Well, thanks, chat. That was some great predictions there.
Great predictions. I think gonna have to go off Tony here.
Gonna have to go off Tony, yeah.
Yeah.
Fucking Tony scumbag. Just rename to scumbag Tony. It'll be more suitable. You fucking. All right. CK.
We've seen
this is a
and
semi-final.
fail a few times this tourney.
Yeah.
Prepare to fight.
I mean, it's a I don't know. It's a fun first map. It's a fun last map. You know.
3,
Yeah.
2,
As I was saying earlier too, we're starting on Python by the way, but as I was saying earlier, I think in Australia people like picking this map first because they know that the champs are going to be predictable, and then those champs are out of the pool. You know? Oh, look at this aggressive move though! He comes straight in. He can finish him off with the shotgun, but he chooses the rocket anyway. And oof, is there any way to put your foot down and let you know who is boss? That is the way to do it. You know what I mean?
Do you reckon that was a movement error from Chug, or did he actually want to like drop down there?
I honestly can't remember, but I was more thinking about the rocket. The way the Python fired the rocket really screwed up Chug there, and that's what made it like that much harder. Python going past some totems but not killing them. Maybe doesn't quite realize.
Wow.
Python being fucking relentless here, but
So much damage by Chug. If you're pushing against that plasma gun, I guess you know you can take that much damage, but yeah.
Did Chug get a heal off both those totems in the same fight?
I think they have.
Oh wow.
Oh, that could definitely have been what happened. Python could have definitely misjudged the fact that the totems gave him the extra heals.
Yeah, and Chug looks like he's gonna get a third totem up any second. He doesn't even need it with this overstack.
But you know what I find impressive is that wow, very nice. He's winning it off the disengage. Like the fights are happening, Chug's utilizing the totems, and that's how like you know he's coming out on top of these engagements.
Stopwatch.
Python now only with the lightning gun, Chug with both items,
In the power of the
and
ancients.
let's have a look. Only got one totem up at the moment. Oh, that was almost a direct.
Stopwatch.
Needs to find his way back to the mega.
Chug's actually taking quite a while. He might be late to this mega, and looks like he's just gonna get damage on it. Oh, no.
Okay, nice disengage. Python with no armor.
I don't think Chug heard the rock jump, but I don't know how that ended up as a mutual.
Man, I tell you what, Chug's playing well, and Python is really taking it to him. I mean, like he is not slowing down.
That's Python's style, you know. He doesn't like to be forced to play a way that he doesn't want to. You know, he likes to be the encloser. But I gotta say kudos to Chug right now, because if anyone's going to toe-to-toe with Python, that is like a success in my eyes.
Be healed.
Lead taken.
Okay, it's still fine as long as he respawns and kind of does something with it. But Chug making the right decision right now. Okay, going for this LG. Well, we're about to see why. That can sometimes be bad. It's more. The thing is. There you go. Just
Precise.
it's the fact that the armor gets shed. The armor on this map is particularly important. So anytime you spend like 1 second out in the open, take 30 HMG damage, it's very bad because you end up in a scenario where you can't replenish a stack, which is already very scarce on the map. What were you gonna say?
I was just gonna say, I'm surprised Python didn't use LG when Chug was jumping. Oh, so much LG.
Killing
Just
spree.
using the dual wield really well, and he catches them out of spawn. Should be enough frag.
Oh, but Chug getting a lot of nails off.
Yeah, he actually.
He can. Might be able to defend this with the tri-ball, but nope.
Well, he weaseled his way out of getting fragged. Makes a movement error. It drops straight on Python for a 100-pound shotgun.
Chug does get the Mega off spawn, which is worth a bit.
And
He just doesn't have any weapons.
I guess this is the thing, like, if Python starts getting going, he just racks up the frags, It's just frag and frag and frag and frag, and then once you're down 5 frags with 5 minutes to go on a map like CK,
5-minute warning.
that's tough, You really have to have everything going in your favor from this point out in this map.
I don't know, I think momentum on this map can just switch very quickly. You can chase down those frags if you get like good momentum.
Python knows it's time before this heavy right now. No, it's 5 seconds to the heavy, so you could go and check out that other yellow and make sure that Chug wasn't getting it.
Those long range rockets are so annoying to deal with because you're trying to keep a range, but they're just doing so much damage even from that distance. Like, it's quite hard.
Nice MP from Chug though, and he might actually be able to defend this heavy. Dual wield rocket launcher coming out. I don't know how Chug's not dead.
There he is.
There it happens.
Yeah, this is. I mean, the trouble is now is like it's just. I like that Chug delayed the spawn there. Actually, he actively did that. This is one of those like. Depends how bothered you can be, because it's 7 frags. It's it's almost about 3 minutes now, and you really have to kind of like slow it down and trying to find your pacing, but then while you're already dealing with a BJ who's being aggressive as he is. But I mean, I think okay. Let's look at a moment, just like literally just then, the Mega's about to spawn. Hard to know if Chug had the timing on it, but if he wanted to make a comeback, in that 1 second he made a decision to go back to the top armor instead of diving for the Mega, because Python went straight for the LG teleporter, and that gives him an opportunity to like have a better position, maybe take the Mega back, and that gives him an opportunity to like still win the game. But it's those very quick decisions. Just gonna keep running the map, keep racking up the kills.
He's not gonna let Chug get even any frag, let alone a clean frag. And Python doesn't really need to push Chug. That nail spam's gonna keep Python off him, but it's not really enough right now. So do you think, like, putting this aggression on with Python rather than just trying to plus back is the better play style?
Well, the thing is, I would say, and this is probably something I wouldn't have said a couple of months ago, is like, well, Python's strength is that if he is a better fighter than you, you have to respect that he can do that better than you can. So actually, like, you know, contest when you can, but then don't make it a sort of priority when you know that he's already going to, like, be smashing you with particular damage, right? So plussing back, and, I mean, the thing is, if we look back, even during this game, the moments where Chug did get really good kills was when he did, like, plus back. Because Python was already going to push it in and then utilize the totems. Whereas the moment that Python stops doing that, then we can kind of like change up our state. Then maybe we can start playing aggressive, you know? But it's very like, how do I say? Small moments by how you apply pressure, especially in the mid-map, I would say. Forcing them to, you know, go certain directions or make certain decisions.
Oh, little plasma boost there. How cheeky is that?
So, how do you think this bodes for Chug going into Vale? Like, it's definitely a very different map.
Well, like I said at the start, I think that like if Chug avoids these long-range battles and kind of like doesn't get out-railed by Python, he might be able to do something with the keel. Excuse me, sorry. But I think judging by this game, it'd be hard. It'd be hard still to win. We'll have to see.
You lose.
Live pressure.
40% LG on both players. Granted, Python shot twice as much, but still, that's a pretty high percentage. Look, shout out to Zenaku taking time out of his schedule, you know, getting up early in the day. You know, gamers aren't typically ones that get up early in the day, let's be honest. And, you know, shout out to Zenaku taking time out of his schedule to come and cast our, you know, low grade Australian tournament. Although I gotta say, like, this tournament has been pretty solid so far. Especially the games with Chug, Pyth, Spud, Shruls, Mike. Like they've all really shown up so far. So yeah.
If the games were shit, then I'd be disappointed. But because the games have been pretty good so far, it's fine. Everything's fine.
Everything's fine. Well, it's low grade in comparison to the QPL. Okay, that's all I'm saying. KPF.
I'm just, you know, sizing up my next competition. You know, I'm looking at Mike, looking at Chug, looking at Python. So
are you saying when you come back to Australia or when we come to Poland?
When you guys come to Poland,
Oh,
yeah.
How many can you fit in your flat?
We can fit a couple boys. I can get the boys in here.
I think this
you know,
sort
you
of
gotta have someone to share rent with. You know,
Yeah.
the more the merrier.
That's it.
My experience over the last like year or so is that I think challenges really been improving. Like specifically, like because we had Challenger like I think a year ago was just a lot of really good aimers who didn't really understand the like how to duel as well. But now it's like definitely more of a mix. Starting on Chug.
Starting on Chug. All right.
So what do you do off this nail gun spawn? Like you don't get rockets, you do get the rail though. You just like
Well, the thing is, you make Python pushing with the LG here.
Oh, great grenade though.
Nice clutch rail. Actually, it's fucking
Wow.
really nice pacing. what you were saying earlier, what you gotta do, get the railgun, like don't go to the rocket launcher, you can't just trap you there. Just take top position, go to the tribal. And you pretty much just have to wait there, honestly. Because there's nowhere else place you can go, but you can use your one weapon advantage, which is the railgun, and just sit there, and then if you hit an entry rail as the heavy spawns, then you can retake the heavy as well. At least that's the kind of play that I would eventually make. Try getting stuck on the wall there.
He does hit a nice grenade though, at least. Ooh.
This drop. This is where it gets costly because Chug only has an LG, and what's he gonna do? You know, at this point, we really need to go Ultra plus back mode, but he's gonna be a little bit too close. Python actually backing away. I don't know what happened there, but I think Chug is not gonna get this heavy because he's not gonna realize. Yep, but they trade items. Very odd scenario.
Got that orb up in a second. So Python just do tons of burst, but so can the kill.
Okay. And really nice patience for Python. Doesn't actually opt to use his orb. He actually wants to hold on to it. See if he can find a better situation, get value out of it. Good use of grenades.
Do you think Python made the right decision there, going for a heavy rather than backing off the Mega?
I think he thought that he could orb to the heavy and kind of catch Chug out, but with grenades and the LG, I think it's too much. But Chug, I tell you what, hey, I said earlier that if Chug either avoids the railgun fights, but I didn't also mention that if he's, going toe-to-toe with the rail damage, then fuck, he can do just fine.
Oh.
But he is
60% rail out of Chug right now. Oh.
When Python's just running at you with that rocket launcher, it is just scary, And but I just want to say, that rocket jump that Python did before to get the heavy is something that I see you do a lot, Zenaku, when I watch you on this map. And I think it's a really strong and underutilized.
Great rockets, but Chug managed to finish it with the rail.
because it's a really awkward angle for your opponent to stop you. But oh man, that's very bad by Python. Misses the heavy and also uses his orb there, so it's a very bad position now.
And Chug in control. We've got a large gap on the items now.
I gotta say, I think I said every game today, Chug, we've watched of Chug, that he's the underdog in the game, and he's won every one of them. And this one, he's definitely the underdog again. But he's just playing so well today. He's I don't know, has he been playing heaps or something, Shrawls?
He's been playing against Knight, so he doesn't play anyone other than Knight, ever. We'll ask him for duels and he'll go, nah, I'm dueling Knight. So it's sort of you can't really gauge how well he's doing, just because Knight's the only one who can.
He's hiding his practice. Sneaky little...
Well, I was just glad, when I asked him if he could play this tournament, but he was the first person to sign up,
Yeah. I've seen him online a fair bit, so, must have been practicing.
For some reason, I swapped over to Python, but we saw him hit a really thick rail just
All for Python, and Python finished it.
Although if Chug hit one of those rockets, luckily, I guess, he would have killed him, so...
No, Python just hitting 3 rails. I mean, instead of using the weapon advantage, you just hit shots. I guess it worked.
1 health!
Oh.
I mean, the game's tied.
Do you reckon Python's been a bit too aggressive this game?
You know, I think you're right, Shrawls, because you know, the advantage of the Ranger is the disengage, but also just being able, you gotta slow down the heavies. That's how you win, but the trouble is that Python's going like toe-to-toe with the heavy, and so even after these frags, like what we've seen, like Chug gets the refrag or maintains control even after getting a kill, so yeah, it's playing it pretty well. But it also just helps that Chug is now hitting 52% rail, he's connected 12 out of 23.
And even though Python's hitting a high percentage, it's a heavy versus a medium.
Yeah.
Chug railable here. Prize? He hasn't backed off yet. Wow, just Python jumping across. 7 HP. We get it. Python, switch weapon, please.
Okay. Chug gonna spawn at the shotgun, I think, this time. The grenades, though.
Oh. So, do you like full spawning your opponent on to rail on this map, or would you rather be, say, near heavy? That's not the third time I've missed that.
I mean, we'll see. It might actually cost them the game. Chug with another grenade kill.
Yeah.
I would say forcing them at rail is generally better, but I'd be curious. Wow, Python with a clutch close range rail there.
I know.
Python, I mean,
sorry, you go.
Chug really doing a good job. Always these small details. Just then, Python gets the kill at the Mega. Chug spawns fast enough and does like a hard strafe to rail. Doesn't take any spawn damage. It's like a very big deal, actually.
And yeah, I just want to remind the viewers that if Python wins this map, he will be going through to the grand final of this tournament. And if Chug wins this map, he needs to win one more map of this best of 3. So, you know, a lot is on the line for Chug right now as he pushes in here with the LG. He wants to do a bit more damage. Really wanted to hit that grenade, but he's pushed him off, caught him midair with the LG, and got the frag to tie up the game. Great play by Chug.
What do you think? I feel like rail probably wasn't the best weapon for Python. And he's just off spawning instantly, coming back in there, stuck on the jump pad.
The thing is that
Wow.
Chug looks like Neo from the Matrix right now. Over that last mega fight, he was like just ducking and diving between Python's damage there. Oh my god, he misses the mega. I hope that doesn't cost him the game.
Oh no.
What? I think Chug wants to get out of there quickly.
Yeah, I think he realized it was a bad choice to go for that 50, but... Oh, that mega. That's got to be tilting for Chug.
We've got about a minute remaining. Python's gonna have so much stack once he grabs this heavy. Chug looks like he's just trying to plus back in.
1 minute warning.
What do you think Chug should be doing right now? Like, should he be a bit more passive or?
I don't mind the ultra plus back, but especially when he's gonna get through this fight and he manages the trade.
I'm really surprised by that.
And we're watching Python after the respawn. Python has to chase and get a kill here. 30 seconds left. Chug with the better stack off the spawn with the heavy.
I mean, he might need honestly a miracle here. I mean, Chug has rockets and massive stack.
Oh, and he's got his miracle.
Holy Chug, guys.
I think Chug can do it. No.
Yeah.
Wow, they couldn't have worked out any better.
Why is he not getting mega?
I don't think he knows, or maybe he's trying to maximize. Yep.
Okay.
Sudden death.
Oh, he's caught him with those. That's so much damage. Surely it's a frag. And the rail to finish. GG.
GG. Wow. Chug though. Can we just do a kudos to Chug? This tournament, like he played really, really well, and pushing Python to such a close game where it came down to, you know, one pretty bad mistake there at the LG where he dropped down. I don't know. I'm impressed. I'm impressed by Chug's performance this tournament. And you know, of course, Python, great player. He knows how to fight through adversity. But,
I mean, Chug's one of the few like elite players still playing like from like say QC Bash. I think him and Python are the only elite guys in this tourney. And Chug does well. Almost takes that map.
I mean, as much as as much as there's not as many people playing at the moment, I think that like the efforts you put in now, you know, if there's opportunities later, like when Diabolical and if Quake Champions continues, I think there'll be good opportunities for all the players that are still playing the game now, because you're just like, well, you're just simply working while other people are not, right? Even if other people are ahead of you, you're still just creating the best possible scenario you can. So I think it's definitely shown. I mean, like there were good opportunities on CK, and that was like literally a one frag game that came down to a small error at the end. So yeah, it was well played.
Sorry, every time someone posts for the brackets, they get the wrong brackets in the chat, so I just reposted the brackets. Hey, Heartbeats department, I need you to be in game, buddy. Otherwise, I can't invite you to the map. Okay. And have you guys done your grinder yet? Mike and Heartbeats department? I'm gonna take that as a no.
Alright, Lucky's loading up. Fortnite Gamer or Roblox Game, whatever the hell his name is at the moment, is loading up.
Roblox Gamer.
Yeah.
So
he went on a 56 kill win spree in Roblox the other day. He's pretty proud of it.
Damn.
So you know Mike obviously, but you've probably heard of but don't know that much about Dutchman Donna / Fortnite Gamer 57. Yeah. He's got some terrible names.
We just call
Anyway,
him Lachlan these days because he keeps changing his name.
So
I feel like Fortnite Gamer 57 may actually be the best one yet.
Anyway, so he's actually a fairly new player. He's only been playing for like he's played less than a year now, and he's really improved. Like a few months ago, he was a player who had really good mechanics, but wasn't that great at duel. But he dueled versus Haymo and Kuachi a lot, especially, and he's just improved his duel game.
Mm.
Yeah.
God of Roblox 2020 is his name in Grindr. Alright.
Chuck us a link. Yeah.
It's in the in-game.
Oh yeah, sorry. So, I think Mike has the better champ diversity.
I haven't even got the link open. 1 second.
So, well, bloody.
Yep.
What are we calling him now? Hey Mo, do we have like a dedicated name we're gonna call him on the stream?
Let's just call him Donna.
Alright, Donna. That's the name he hates the most, so it's gonna be great.
Yep.
So, Donna hates heavies with a passion.
Mm.
And he will probably just try and ban them straight away.
Mm.
Mike, he can play Sorlak, he plays the Scale Bearer really well, but not as much as the Keel or the Clutch. Yeah.
I'm just trying to think about what Mike. I mean, just because I haven't seen much of Donna, but I've kind of seen how Mike plays. But it's interesting. I have seen that Donna does like his blood cover. I think he won that game versus Python on this map, or he beat Python. I'm not sure.
A couple cornies ago in a golden potato.
Mike choosing Sarnath. Are we calling Mike, or are we calling Bumped Mike? Like, what's...
Yeah, we'll call Bumped Mike and Fortnite Gamer Donna.
This is not going to be confusing for anyone on the stream.
Okay, maybe we'll call him Bumped and Fortnite Gamer.
Nah, just call them Donna and Mike. It's just easier. I reckon.
We'll see. Okay. God of Roblox 2020 bans Blood Run. It's kind of an awkward map, especially in a best of 3. I mean, you either play it first or you don't play it at all. I don't know.
They also both hate Blood Run. So yeah.
I think it's funny, like, newer players don't like Blood Run just because, like, you know, these people have, like, literally 15 years of experience on it. And that does make a difference. Like, you know, as Too Good was saying, you know, if you're going to be a cookie cutter, you know, you got to get the map down. You know, it's all about getting the map down, you know, and then once you've got the map down, then you can play the adapt style that Too Good was talking about. So, yeah.
So we see the pretty normal visor pick out of Mike, while Donna's gone for the Athena. It's a champ he's actually pretty good at. Definitely his best light.
Excuse me, sorry. It's interesting that Bumped picks Visor first, while Slash, Nyx, you know, a lot of these other picks are up. Visor is a strong hero in general, but Verse, it can kind of struggle sometimes. Especially if, like, you know, you have an unclean kill and you're struggling to pick up weapons to kind of defend yourself with. Sanath, Donna picks Ranger, Mike on the Slash. Okay. The Ranger actually still not bad versus Slash. Again, it's more of it's the fact that the Ranger can be strong in certain fights, but then if the orb is down, or if Bumped gets a couple clean kills, then you can really run the map, and the Ranger can literally do nothing. So we'll have to see.
It's interesting, despite having 3 very large maps, we've seen Donna ban 2 heavies. Like, I can see Soul like picked, but like, and even Scalebearer, but it's not something that Mike will play on these large maps generally. Anyway, so I think they're sort of a wasted ban.
I mean, to some extent, if you really don't like them, the thing, like, yeah, even for something like a Soul Lag, it's very. I think I was saying it earlier. You know, if you're not hitting your damage against a Soul Lag, it really you can't. It's hard to win the game. You're simply not doing enough damage to, like, slow them down. So yeah, it's definitely a hard champion to play against.
Update from our second bracket, Division 2, we have RR Lucky taking it in a final versus Dasbok.
Oh, that's cool.
3-0, well played.
Let's have a look at those brackets real quick. Can you link me?
Yep. No.
Whoops. Yeah, let's just go through that Div 2 bracket for a moment.
So, unfortunately, we had Salty and Paya having to forfeit.
Okay.
And
Who was Pyre?
I don't know, it was a new player, but he beat KPF, so.
Okay, cool. Snooker, yep. So we got Zubby. Zubby going through to the 3rd round, beating KPF 2-1. That is actually really impressive.
Zubby's going to be happy. I think last time he didn't get a map, so there's a huge improvement for him. I think the biggest upset though is Dasbok taking out Mint Snaps.
Oh yeah,
Well,
wow, that's awesome for Dustbok. Man, he's been grinding, you know, and he deserves it. And you know, Mint Snaps came in 1st seed into this 2nd Div 2 bracket, and I probably know what happened at Dustbok in the final. You know, Dustbok was probably a bit worn out after beating Mint Snaps. It would have been a big achievement, I reckon.
And having a few, and he did mention he was having a few wines.
Oh, well, that's a standard behavior by Dustbook these days, you know? He loves to be on the wines. Can we get a wine in the chat, please? And
Is there even a wine emote?
yeah, he has a wine emote. And there we go. We got the wine in the chat. You. So he was 100% sober apparently. Anyway, and the maps versus RR Lucky 3-0. Actually, you know what? I don't know much about this RR Lucky guy. Do you guys know much about him?
He's played in like a fair few tourneys. I remember playing him like even a year ago. He's been in Open for quite a while. He's not someone who duels like custom games regularly, which is interesting because almost everyone does in Australia at least.
Wow, so he actually just does queues. He just does the queues.
I have no idea. He might
don't know
just
how you-
only turn up for tourneys.
Wow, okay, that's cool. I don't know how you win if you don't do custom games. Like, you just can't get queues in Australia. You know, it's all about the customs. Anyway, back to the grinder. I think we're done with that. And we can get on with this game.
Yep.
So let's get some epic intro music for this semi-final, shall we? We have Bumped, aka Mike, versus God of Roblox 2020, aka Roblox Gamer 57, aka Fortnite Gamer 44, aka Dutchman Donna, aka Lachlan in the other corner. And covering this broadcast today is Zenaku, Shrulls, and Haymo. And let's get started, shall we?
Let's have a banger.
Probably should get Fortnite Gamer in here before we start.
No, I think we'll just sub Python in. He'll be happy with that.
Yeah.
So after seeing the pick bands, it's Rangers, Athena Visor on Bloodcove, Ranger Slash on Ruins, and Strog Nix on Molten. Chat, after seeing those, what are your predictions? Who do you think's gonna take it? I think they only answer if you do it, Haymo.
Chat, come on, guys. We need a prediction for this game. Who's going to take it out? Is it going to be Dutchman Donna? Is it going to be Bumped? Who has this this semi-final to get a chance to take on Python in the GF?
Change the map score, Haymo.
I'm doing it now. Thank you.
So it's interesting. Mike's my 2v2 partner, and he's been carrying me through the league. He's out damaging pretty much everyone we've played so far. So he's got good aim, but Donna's Donna can hit these insane rails, and he can hit like 50% LG while you're bouncing him around.
Prepare to
So
fight.
both these guys have those mechanics down.
Round begins in
Br-
3.
Donna being a funny guy in the chat.
Fight.
We're starting on Donna right now. It's always good to see what a Athena does off the start, because they can literally do anything they like. And ooh, Bumped gets that little light armor before Donna can get there.
Did he just get stuck on his hook?
I think so.
I'm not sure.
So, nice Tribolt. I think Mike's gonna be trying to get Rail Leader. He's only got Tribolt. He probably has Machine Gun. And it's about fighting with Rail, and he just kills him with Tribolt. Who cares about the Rail advantage?
The thing is, he even died with the rail out, so Bump's gonna have the rail here. And wow, absolutely pumping for Donna on the heavy there. But a really good start for Bumps. I think right now I would kind of be prioritizing the shards here, the time shards. we've kind of got a little bit of time, and well, I mean, Donna still has no armor yet, so
Both these characters go for the time shard, so like that control can be important. Mike goes, beginning round.
When the zoom bites you in the ass.
Mike backs off the heavy completely, and it should be free for Donna if he chooses to go for it.
the thing is, Donna is waiting a long time. When you wait this long, I think he would need to be really rotating back to mid or something, but this is kind of a bit of a risky play, and well, gets punished for it.
Donna will have no idea if Mike just got Mega or if he was coming from Mega. He like, just staying there is, the lack of information is huge. But the hook comes in, wow.
Bit of a wrong weapon selection by Bumped there, I think.
Yeah.
Kinda. And this kind of gets a little bit tough for Visor. I mean, he's got the shotgun, he's got the nail gun. He's gonna probably just sit.
Stopwatch.
This is where the Athena can really just, like, you know, pressure, and you can't really do anything back.
Like we saw off the previous spawn, Don was able to just instantly hook up to rail and get that. But Mike has to fight really hard to try and get those weapons.
Yep.
I like this angle.
Are you on Donna's camp?
Yeah. What was Mike doing?
Trying to jump to rail.
Oh my
Oh, wow.
god! How did that? Wow, 11 HP. Donna somehow wins the fight. Insane rail.
Okay, Bumped making his way over to the Mega.
It's good. Like Donna, as soon as after the 2 frags, Mike got in, he just slowed down the game. He's been playing it more his style, and it's good to see that it hasn't really just become incredibly messy. Okay. Donna's a bit too confident in his rail at the moment. He does hit one, gets a frag, but he could have gotten a bit more cleanly.
They're gonna trade items. Mike making his way to the lightning gun. And again, I think Mike needs to make his way somehow to the top ground, either through a Mega Bounce Pad or HMG Teleporter, but he's kind of just I don't know, dancing around each other. It's a bit of an awkward kind of engagement.
I think Donna didn't actually want to drop there from the little mouse shake. But right now, Mike still does not have this railgun. In fact, he doesn't even have heavy machine gun. It's gonna be a struggle for him here.
I think Bump's patience literally won him that Mega. You know, he didn't do anything dumb. He didn't go up the bounce pad. He didn't try to, like, run at the Athena. I mean, he didn't try to run a Donna, sorry. He just waited, and then eventually he won himself a Mega, so... But can be tough here again because he kind of needs a railgun, I think.
Yeah, like
Applying good pressure, but
the MG's good, but when Donna hits all of those rails, it's just more damage when he can just hide behind the corner and only take a couple MG shots per rail.
right. Oh, I mean, awkward fight there.
Yeah, it's
I
always
think-
so hard to deal with an Athena that just like kind of comes out of nowhere, catches you with the wrong weapon out, and then hits you with like 2 or 3 rockets to your face. You know what I mean? It's like that's like got to be one of the hardest things to deal with in this game.
Mike, even though he's been fragged a few times, Mike's not let any of these frags be clean. Like 33 health that last one. It was like 11 the previous time. These are close fights. Oh, brilliant.
This is a very nice rocket. That wasn't even a sided one as well. That was just straight up. He just fired it where he thought it was going to be.
So Mike has this railgun. What should he be doing now? Where should he be playing?
Well, the trouble is here is you really need to have contestable stack, and there needs like, you know, like 100-100 or doing something, but Okay. Almost works out for him there, and then ideally having something to really like fall back on if it doesn't work out for you. The classic stand is the basics. But Mike, even on that last mega, he made a good play. He tried to do a surprise rail and almost won him that mega again. But now he's got himself a heavy, and Donna Williams has just natural stack. Really nice push.
3 HP, and wow, Donna manages to escape.
Now this is Mike's frag to make a mistake on. He really could just needs to run around the map. Doesn't matter what what his movement looks like or how he's entering. He just needs to find Donna.
He's about to get Visor. I'm gonna swap over to him, and he hasn't used it yet. There we go.
Oh, he just misses that first rocket.
Oh, that rocket!
Caught out while jumping. A ton of damage done.
If he
Wow.
shot that rocket at the doorway and not at the side, it would have done probably 100 damage. And the fall! Oh,
It was a good idea from Donna. He did everything right except executing it. Just wasn't able to. And mistiming. He should die here. Tons of shotgun damage. Wow.
Good that Bumped finally has the shotgun. It's quite essential because instead of having to wait for the rocket to actually try to beat down on an Athena, you can just use the shotgun to really do high amounts of damage, and it's instant as well. That's what's really important.
So, do you think, against an Athena, how do you control rail, or do you just not bother?
The thing is, what you want to do is you want to, if the Athena ever goes to the rail, you want to kind of if they ever do go for it, especially when they're 100 health, more often than not they actually just straight up die. So you kind of want to either if they go for it, really trap them and punish them for it, or you want to kind of get a situation which Bumped's in now, which he has full control. So even if she got the rail, just well, you have to rail me 4 times if you want to be able to kill me, So, but he's done a good job here, and I would say at this point it's hard to catch the Athena, but we can see Donna has no more hooks anymore. So he has enough time to get to this mega, listen to the sound cues, try to see if he can trap Donna somehow.
I don't like Mike going down that way. He's giving up the time shards. Oh, nice rail though. Actually,
And this needs to push him. Yep. Nice. That's a Rafa play right there. That's what Rafa would do.
Oh, and he catches him off spawn.
Oh.
2 rails.
second rail was sharp.
Mega. So clean. I think Donna's gonna really struggle here. Oh, that's an unfortunate rocket.
It doesn't matter. Pull back onto the heavy though. And I think Mike wants more rail ammo. No.
Can't
mean-
catch me now.
Donna's gotta just push in so aggressively here. He needs a clean frag in 30 seconds, 3 frags. I think.
That was desperation.
Yeah. I think Mike's got this. He just has to not make any huge mistakes. He should be fine. And yeah, just desperate plus forward from Donna. Well played to Mike. Taking Bloodkov. That was actually Donna's pick as well, so he should be happy going into the second map.
Wow, Mike has just been performing, aka Bumped, has just been performing so well lately in these tournaments.
It's interesting because he hasn't been dueling much lately. He's taken a break.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Maybe the break's all you need.
I gotta say, yeah, sometimes when you come back from a break, you feel refreshed and you're not stuck in the same old ways as you're playing, you know what I mean?
I think 60% rail from Mike that game was huge.
Yeah, against an Athena on Blood Cove, that's super helpful.
Yeah. I think Mike's been playing the 2s. I think that really helps with your combat. A lot of practice in that. Even if he hasn't been dueling, he has still been playing.
What do we got? Ruins?
Yep.
Ranger and Slash. Okay.
So I'm gonna sort of see a reverse with Mike on the fast light this time, with Donna on the more sort of standard champion?
I don't know. I'd call Slash pretty standard on Ruins, wouldn't you?
Oh yeah, but like, yeah. You go.
I mean, I think it's like what I talked about earlier, where it's how do I say? If the ranger has like the better overall fighting in terms of like close range, but anything else besides that, when the orb is down, it's basically Slash's map to run. So it's going to be tough because it really doesn't take much to bait out the orb and kind of like stop the Slash from doing what she wants to do. No, sorry. If the Slash baits out the orb, then the Ranger is really struggling a lot. You know, even if you got the nail gun, or you know, if we're talking like fresh off spawn, there's very limited options that really says to stop the Slash, because you know the rockets are so hard to get. If you spawn and picked up the rail, you know, if you don't hit the close range rail, you die. If you use the nail gun and he's not literally running at you in a straight line, you die. So I don't know. It's going to be tough, I think.
All right, so pressure's on. Fortnite Gamer 57 has already, you know, he's secured himself $30 from this tournament, but he'd rather, you know, have the chance to go up against Python and, you know, get $125 or $65. Yeah, $125 is, you know, some people might scoff at that or whatever, but that's like actually a pretty decent amount of money for playing computer games on a Sunday night. You know?
And thanks to Kuachi putting all the prize money up.
Yeah, shout out to Kuachi. Put up the whole $250 prize pool. It's very nice of him. And yeah, also 24-player tournament. It doesn't get much better than that. Like in Australia right now, that's a great turnout. Anyway, we're starting here on Bumped, and he's got the light. Pops his ability straight away. Doesn't get the movement out of it that he wanted, and he's dropped down to the heavy.
So that's something Chug and Knight do a lot, I think, especially with Chug. When you slash and use your trail, you sort of add this sort of forward movement. Chug and Knight can explain it much better. But like, if you destroy your trail, you're not pushed forward, but at the same time you still have the speed boost for a bit.
Right.
Okay.
Pro tip. Alright. Well, we saw the first frag and we saw that Donna did get it. Some kind of combination with the rockets and the orb there.
Sorry, I thought you were going to give a pro tip to send Zenaku.
No, I meant like what yeah.
Okay.
I fucked up.
I was like, oh no, here's a pro tip coming. This is going to be sick. Some insider knowledge.
Mike's stood here for like, wasn't he waiting for his trail to come up so he could just escape with the TP?
I'm not too sure, honestly. But
that's
nice rocket. The timing on that rocket to even do 80 damage there is fucking pretty unlikely, but very nice. Okay, gets the mega and hits the rail. This is nice from Bumps here.
Sure. It looks like he's gonna get heavy.
Now I hope he doesn't go off this bounce pad. That's very nice, because otherwise you get trapped and literally just die. I would say that what Mike needs to do is just rotate to the mega, but still kind of be careful of where Donna's going to be. Because again, Donna's got the orb up, and he's kind of positioning himself to really kind of be doing something here.
I think Mike saw him and he definitely knew me as well.
Oh, this is a play by Donna. Can he keep him out? Oh, if he had his LG out earlier and started hitting him earlier, would have been able to hold him in the air a bit and then maybe get around to heavy, but he pulled out his rail first. He thought he would stay up, and it meant that he had to get pushed back. Didn't get that heavy, but he has position on this next mega. Great rocket jump there, but
So much LG.
Even better LG, yeah. Wow. I gotta say, the understanding these players have of, like, you know, which items are spawning, when they're spawning, when it's like important to make a push on them, yada yada yada, is like really quite decent, I think. I mean, like, you know, they die and their plays don't work out and stuff, but you know, they try to make those plays, and I mean, that's how you get better.
I think strategically. Oh, hang on. Nice push by Donna, but Bumped is LGing the shit out of Donna right now and gets the kill.
Like, he used that orb to save him from the pin, but even after that, he just couldn't survive. But with only one small armor, with only one small armor, Donna's already got the same stack as Bumped did.
I was gonna say that, like what, adding to what you were saying before, Haymo, that strategically, I think that these guys are aware. You know, they're aware of what's happening. And sometimes this is the smaller executions where, you know, players are just slipping off each other, or, you know, fights are just not really going the way that they have imagined in their mind. But a lot of times, the positions and what they're doing is just fine.
Yeah, it's good to hear from like a pro player, you know, because it's hard to tell when you're just, you know, not a pro player playing around. You don't really know if what you're doing is right or wrong. So it's nice, it's reassuring to hear that what we're doing here in this community is actually pretty solid Quake gameplay. Ooh, 11 health there from Mike after that fight.
A lot of damage. Like, no, none of these frags have been that clean.
Five-minute warning.
Okay. So, I mean, this kind of gets where a little bit tough for Mike here. I mean, he's going to might actually get trapped. Manages to escape. Well, he kind of needs to be whittling down Donna, you know, purely by rails or using, like, getting to positions faster by hitting nice spam rockets. But so far at the moment, we've just found that Donna has kind of pushed the items, and Mike's has kind of been waiting there. Whereas I think what needs to happen is between the items and such.
Mike hasn't really had timing on Mega or Heavy, then, like, he was in Heavy room for a while just waiting to come up. Oh. Nice rail. I think Mike probably was just with the TP on his screen, but takes it anyway.
See, guys, Donna messed up his movement, but sometimes your mistakes don't necessarily always mean a bad thing. It actually gave Mike the extra rail there, so funnily enough, some things, you know, that are unintentional actually can work out as well. At least it looked unintentional.
In the air.
Nice use of the plasma trail, almost blows up Donna there.
Donna actually had the angle there, and oh, he pushed it. Yes, here we go.
That was a very nice force spawn. Knew exactly what he was trying to do. And again.
Oh,
But,
if he hit that rail. I don't know if it was worth forcing that spawn to give up the heavy though. Like, even if he did hit that rail, yeah, it probably was, right? If he hit that rail, it would have been a good gamble.
I mean, I think the thing is, if he hits it, maybe Bumped dies there. I think that's maybe. I mean, like, yeah, you can follow it up, but yeah, he did lose the heavy, and now Mike Bumped is still able to do something with it. That's an interesting plasma trail usage.
So Mike's honestly struggling a bit out of control right now. He hasn't got many items. He isn't doing the damage. I've only seen 7 rails fired out of Mike so far, which is definitely less than you expect on this map. Oh.
Wow.
He does get the frag with the rocket.
It would have been a mutual then if Donna hit his last rocket, but he whiffed it. And
Yeah.
oofed.
Okay, let's see if Bumps can really run the map now. I mean, he's got the weapons. He has a bit more stack to play with. I think that one of the other reasons why Donner is actually playing this quite smartly is, you know, he's not as much as Mike can get to these positions quickly. Donner's just holding, you know, holding the angle. So even if Bump pushes, you know, if he hits the rail, then Mike can't contest the next rotation. So he's always kind of being on top there.
Wow. 9 HP. I think that must have been an orb up. It was too quick for a rocket jump. Also, Mike should be happy that he's managed to tie it up. I know he's not going for the small armor behind him. Opting to go for this one.
1 minute warning.
Okay, Donner's got the heavy.
It's a bit early for this mega. Oh, that's such a...
Oh, it's so close.
We should... Oh.
I think you should still keep pressuring here. Just kind of keep him.
With the amount of time left, a frag there could have ended the game.
Because the thing is, even though this is happening now, it means that, yeah, Mike can still contest maybe this armor, but... And he probably should really push Donner off this mega. Because Orb is down, and he has more stack. Okay. Try to go for a rail trade.
So, yeah, just taking the fight with the extra stack. Oh, the fake orb. Oh, he's given Donna that heavy.
Sudden death. Netmaster.
Taking her out. Both players not in great positions. I think Mike gets this mega. He's definitely done better there.
Stopwatch.
Ooh, I think that must have been preemptive, or do you think you could see like a tiny bit of Mike's hitbox?
Hard to say.
Stopwatch.
Are you on bumped cam or are you on?
I'm on bumped right
Donner
now,
cam?
yeah. So, if anyone doesn't know, Bumped is up one map right now. And if he gets his frag, that's it. That's it, he's through to the grand final.
Well played, GG's.
Yeah, well played.
That was
indeed.
really nice movement there as well. Did we get hosted again?
I don't know what's going on. It's just, I think sometimes Twitch doesn't update the viewers often. It's like jumps around.
Actually, I think it's added Coola's views and our views together or something. I don't know. But anyway.
Cool. Anyway, shout out to everyone that's watching the games right now. And now we're on to a grand final. So we've got Python versus Mike grand final.
So the last time these two played each other was the OQS OQS 3 finals. Bracket. Python actually took it 3-0 against Mike, so we'll see if Mike can take it this time.
We got to get some. Well, we don't need to get some epic music into this run actually yet. They got to do a grinder and everything. Let's just have a nice conversation, shall we? So the winner of this upcoming game wins $125. Modest prize, but you know that's a good prize for just playing some games on a Sunday night. If I say so myself, you know.
Mhm.
And
I mean, I'd like $125 if anybody, you know, if we'd be playing for it. You know what I mean? So It's definitely a pause.
And whenever there's money on the line, it just raises the stakes. It's just makes it puts a pressure on.
Yeah.
Decisions mean more.
Hey, I'm going to be right back again. I'm going to quickly eat something before this next game.
That's cool.
I'll do the same.
Ah. All right. All right, stream chat. Let me talk to you for a bit. What's going on in your stream chat world? Let's go Python, let's go, Zubby says. It's we got a Zubby fan right now. Yeah, we did. We missed some great Div 2 games apparently. I would have loved to have streamed some of those Div 2 games, to be honest. But you know how it goes. We don't have that much time to stream all the games. We can't make all the people wait in the alpha bracket. I think in future maybe it would be good if we had the early brackets starting sooner or something, so we can get in those early bracket grand finals. Oh, did I just give away a secret, Zubby? I'm sorry, Zubby.
What'd you say?
I said Woofer is Zubby.
Oh, no, that's... I think most people know that.
Hey, Swishy Fishy! Swishy Fishy, welcome to the stream, buddy! Would have loved to see you play in this tournament, Swishy Fishy, but I understand, Quake Champions, it's not your vibes right now, so it's all good. Everyone, please give Swishy Fishy a warm welcome. He deserves it. He is an integral part of this community. Dustbox, that's so funny. You assumed you would have lost, and you got all the way to the finals. Alright, so Pytha's banned Veil. Standard. This is Australia or OCE, you know?
What I'm most surprised by is we haven't seen...
Oh no, Dustbox is actually legit in trouble.
Oh, no.
I gotta say, I am very grateful that I have a wonderful girlfriend who is like, you know, you're spending a Sunday night, you know, to stream these games and do this stuff, and you know, I would rather hang out with you, so, but she understands, she's very lovely. Yeah, and before we start this grand final, everyone in the chat, are you looking forward to Diabotical? Does everyone know that there is a Diabotical 24-hour stress test next weekend, starting Sunday morning? Sunday, baby! It's gonna happen! Yeah, egg game. Let's play the egg game. Let's do it. Alright, we got Mike banning Blood Cove. They're really taking a while to think about this. Is anyone not excited for Diabotical? That's what I want to know. Everyone's got to be excited for Diabotical. Come on, right? I don't know. I think even if you are a competitive hardcore Quake player, you still want to check it out. The adrenaline you're going to get from playing Diabotical Fishy, I think that's all you're going to need. I don't know if you need to do anything to get into it. Maybe you need to sign up to an open beta thing, but I think you just need to be around in the Kuachi Discord, basically.
Is that a stress test going into an open beta later? So.
Okay. So you might not be able to get into the stress test. There's going to be 2 stress tests apparently, a couple of days apart, and then an open beta very soon after that. Yeah, I can't wait for the input. Alright, so we got Blood Run, followed by Corrupted Keep, followed by Awoken, followed by Molten Falls. Python picked Blood Run and Awoken, and Ruins was left over.
Is this the first Awoken of the night?
Python played it earlier in the groups.
Oh yeah, versus Morning. I'm really surprised we haven't seen more Awokens. Like, Awoken, I think, is the favourite map in Australia. Like, whenever we go down the list, we always start on Awoken.
Hang on. Can I just say, why is there a guy called Kuachi Cups in the chat? Is that a poser? Or is that actually Kuachi? Did someone
like
steal
that.
the Kuachi Cups username?
Oh, it is Vu.
Oh, it's Vu. Wait, send me a message on Discord and I'll do it, just to make sure. Hang on. Vu, check your phone, please. Alright, so back to this grinder. We got Nyx versus Nyx and Galena on Blood Run. Okay, Nyx on, yep, that's pretty standard. Galena, I think, has the stronger pick there. I don't know, I feel like totems and teleporters, that's just so strong. There you go, Vu. Whoops. Okay. Second map, we got BJ versus, yeah, see, like, I like it that that Mike bans Ranger on Corrupted Keep, because he knows that Ranger will be picked up soon, and he knows that Python is so strong on Ranger.
I think Python's strong ban at the beginning wasn't specifically for Blood Run. There's a lot of good champ available. He was doing that for CK, honestly, or maybe a later map. I think we're seeing a lot more like players banning ahead now rather than just banning for the initial map.
And we got Anarchy on Corrupted Keep. I actually like Anarchy on Corrupted Keep. I think that's a controversial opinion. But
No.
Is it not a controversial opinion?
Anarchy is really popular on CK.
Okay, alright.
I'm a bit surprised. I haven't seen Mike play Anarchy that much though. He is definitely good at though. Like Mike can play pretty much everything except clutch.
Alright, so Mike organized all the picks, so he got Doom on Awoken, which is like the most meta pick on Awoken. Python really didn't want to see Mike play Sorlag on Awoken. He actually probably checked out that earlier, and Python picks Ison again on Awoken. Zenaku was saying earlier that he doesn't actually think Ison is a very strong pick on Awoken, but it seems like Python really likes Ison on Awoken.
How many times did you say Awoken in that sentence?
Probably could just say it one more time. I reckon he's got one more.
Awoken. You let Python get Athena on Molten Falls, bruh.
But he's picked the Scale Bearer. This is gonna be a bit of a strange Molten if we get to it. The Slash Fan. Now we've got Clutch, Keel, and Death Knight left. Like, I don't think either player plays Clutch at all. Like, Dave, Python never played Clutch, did he?
No, I don't think. There's, it's highly unlikely that he'd pick it, I think.
So, it's on Mike. Does he want to play a Death Knight or does he want to play a Keel?
On Ruins.
I know you're
Ruins
I know you're
Keel
a
can
fan.
be good on Ruins, yeah. You camp
You're
that,
definitely a fan, Dave.
camp that heavy.
And he picks Keel, Python gets a Death Knight.
Well, the Death Knight, funnily enough, is actually like, as much as it's kind of inconsistent and it's a bit weird, versus the heavy is actually not too bad. And versus Keel in particular, I'd say it's probably the best one to be playing it against for sure.
So do you reckon Mike would have been better off picking the DK?
No, I still think that the Keel is the better pick, but the DK actually has a chance.
Alright everyone, here we go. We're in to the grand final of the Kuachi Cups, number 7, Quake Champions Duel. And the winner of this game gets a $125 cash payment straight into their account. Loser of this game, $65. Best of 5. We got Shruls on the mic, we got Haymo on the mic, and most importantly, we got Zenaku on the mic. Everyone, can we get a Zenaku? Can we get a shout out to Zenaku in the chat? Come on, guys, give us a love with Zenaku in the chat. He took out the time. He took out the time to do this, or call him shit if you want. And let's get this match underway. Good luck, have fun.
Why are you doing Ruins?
Uh-oh.
That's the last match.
Thank you. You're a
Alright. We've got Blood Run.
Professional tournament.
So we've got the Knicks and Galena on Blood Run. Like, the Knicks is obviously definitely one of the best champs on this map, but Galena's also really good. Who do you reckon has the advantage, Zenaku?
Galena versus Nyx? I'd still think that, like, the Nyx does, but the thing is, if you're hitting a lot of damage, and, being passive enough as the Nyx, I think you can really put yourself in a bad spot. I think the Galena stacking the totems is might be an issue if the game gets out of control.
Yeah. I do believe Mike was able to beat Python on this map in the OQS group stage.
Judley says he likes both players, but his heart is with Pyth. Anyone else got a prediction in the chat just before this game starts? It's your last chance to do it. And we're going to start this game on Python.
1. Fight.
May the power heal.
See, instantly going for his item, getting rail, and using the totem.
Yeah, we really like that straight up totem usage in Australia, Get that first totem out, try to make sure you build up that triple stack as soon as possible.
Really nice little drop down by Python there. Really creative way to use no sound and also kind of get to position close. But this is where the issue is. He's already done damage, and look how low the Nyx is.
First blood.
Oh!
Lead taken.
Just like that.
Personally, I think Galena, like I know a lot of people think Nyx is super strong on this map, but I personally think Galena is stronger on this map just because you can put the totems on teleporter exits, so when that Nyx is running, you're getting that extra like 40 damage here and there, and that is all you really need against the Nyx to make the difference.
Do not die yet.
Sometimes it's also just like an indicator where they go as well, to like kind of be able to track a little bit better. What were we gonna say, Shrills?
Another thing, if the Nyx is trying to plus back, trying to play out of control, she generally will stay more in nail gun room, and that gives Python the opportunity to put his totems down and possibly get overstack.
But we're seeing both players kind of rotating around. Python might be able to catch Mike. Very scrappy battle, but Mike has to blow, Bump has to blow the invis, and I really hope he doesn't jump for this. That's gonna cost him. Well, I mean, look, if we just see Mike, Bumps right now, he only has a railgun. He does manage to hit the rail just before he dies there. But this is where he kind of gets troublesome. I mean, he's really got to play it a little bit slower, try to get like rockets and or do what he's doing right now, which is like hitting the plus back damage game while he still can.
Yeah, as long as Python doesn't build up those totems, then he should be okay playing that game. But yeah, see, Python knows that he doesn't have that LG, and look at the health that Bumped was just on. He was on 7 health, and Python, perfect read. He's played this map a million times.
Mike's honestly doing well to clear these totems, but he's just constantly on the back foot, crippled. He's on no HP right now. Python looking for another frag.
I feel like what we're seeing right now is the issue that we're having is Bumped is just not as clean at fighting as Python is. So if Python's picked the champion like something like Galena, which can really, it's already hard enough to fight her, but when she's having the extra health and everything she can do, I mean, we're already seeing that, well, Bumped is just simply not doing enough damage to trade back, or doing it in a way which really like puts Python in a kind of a decision where he has to question himself. Whereas so far what we're seeing is just like they're getting into fights, and Python is just doing more damage, or fighting in a way which makes it hard for Bump to do something back.
Nice rocket. And Mike's just struggling to deal enough damage. He's constantly just on the back foot, using his invis.
Yeah, well, I mean, Python is not only, controlling the mages, he's also the one doing unreturned damage, Whereas you can't be doing both and or receiving both. That's the kind of shot that Mike needs to be hitting over and over again. He needs to be hitting these unreturned damage shots. And this is a good push by Mike. Oh, he probably could have continued to be aggressive then. Oh! Do you think Mike had time on that Mega? Like, do you reckon he knew that Mega was up?
I think he did. Like, the way he dived on it, like, even before it had come up. And like, he's been playing around. He's been plus backing, but he hasn't been stuck in nail room. He's been moving around trying to get timings, but it just hasn't been enough yet.
Yeah, and the thing is about Nyx on this map, you really want to get that early lead, so you can play that defensive game. If you don't get that early lead, then you're just like a light hero that's kind of in trouble, and it's hard to, you know, be taking these fights against someone that is in control.
That was awkward.
Oh!
Oh, and Mike finally gets a frag. I think those two totems at the teleporter have been up for Python for a long while.
Great play by Pi. Just saying.
He sort of just let Mike belly flop on him.
Yeah, but
yeah,
you
those-
Mike slow and waited for
Yeah.
those 225s.
Oh! I don't know how Mike does it. If he goes for his teleporter, he's dead though. There's been two totems there for at least like 2 or 3 minutes. And that's what's been given Python this triple stack.
Yeah, I think Mike's gonna watch his back and think, I wasn't putting pressure on the heavies, I wasn't doing unreturned damage, and I also wasn't killing the totems. You know, like. But he had a frag.
He is in control now. Python's on the back foot. Doesn't have weapons, but that totem does help.
Yeah, I'm telling you, these totems out of the teleporter, they really screw with Nyx. I feel like that is a really big factor. Ooh. Fancy Tribolt usage.
I think actually you might be right, because like that extra 40 damage, even if it is as minimal as that, really just like sheds the armor of the Nyx, which kind of just makes his decision making that much, like, you know, he has to question what he wants to do. But going for an unbelievable play.
Oh my goodness!
I don't know
On
how Mike
5
did that.
health! Goes for the play onto the heavy, 5 health, hits 2 rails with no return damage. Crazy play.
Python had no idea he was gonna be there. He didn't think anyone in their right mind would push like that. But Mike, using close range rails, just goes for the frag. And before that, I really like the rock jump Mike did. He rock jumps straight up to shotgun rather than to tribolt or to heavy. To try and take Python off guard.
The shadows hide me.
I think this is the first time in the game we're really seeing Mike use these offensive invises. Most time he's been reactive, and there's sort of a change in his playstyle. We're reaching a point where Mike's just got to go in and get frag, so...
Where am I?
1 minute warning.
Yeah, this is a tough situation now.
Even if he loses this map, I think Mike should be happy with how he played the last few minutes. He was able to break Python's control and get a few frags. Some of them were pretty much miracles, but he still did play well to get that control.
Yeah, and then keep it afterwards as well. You know, like, Python doesn't necessarily need to force it and get back to the map, but even still, like, it gives you the confidence that you are competitive. You know, when you get into those matches where you like lose your ability to think, oh man, maybe this guy's just got my number today, you know? And it definitely should give him the confidence to go into the next map strong. Because I gotta say, the first half of this map was an absolute slaughter.
The next map is CK with Python on the BJ once again, and Mike on the Anarchy.
I mean, I think that it really came down to the champions, and I'd be curious to see on this next map how that's going to go down. I feel like actually Python might still take the next map, just purely based on the fact that even looking how the first map went, and you know the fact that Python is such a good fighter, I really think that going for the heavies as much as possible, or you either got to do two things: just play the heavy champions or play ultra defensive, or try to. The trouble there with like we said, we saw a couple times where Bumped would use the invis, but you wouldn't get like a crazy amount of value out of it, but you kind of need to, especially when you're already behind. But we'll see.
We will see.
You guys can't hear me. Hear me
can.
eating, can you?
No.
Can you?
No.
No.
Okay, cool. Thank fuck.
But maybe you could sell it as like ASMR. You know?
I don't know if you don't want this as ASMR.
What do you think, stream chat? ASMR Zenaku eating? Would anyone pay for that?
It's me eating popcorn, unless you want to hear me like salivate and just fucking.
Wait, you're eating popcorn for like lunch?
No, well, I didn't have anything to. I didn't like. It takes me like 30 seconds, but I have to make something after this.
Okay, alright.
Just get Maddie to make food for you.
Yeah, I know you're a healthy boy, so yeah.
Dude, I'm a bachelor, dude. I got like cans of tuna.
Cans of tuna. Ladies and gentlemen, you've heard it here first, especially ladies, I think. Zenaku is a bachelor, and so if you'd like to hit him up, just send him a Twitch DM, and yeah, you might be able to, slide into
with
his
your
DMs.
postcode and address, and I'll get back to you as soon as possible.
Make sure that you like and subscribe him on Twitch, though. Most of all.
Fucking oath, you have to do that first.
Otherwise, no response. Alright, Twitch chat, do you reckon Mike can make a comeback this map?
Prepare to
After
fight.
last map? I don't know, I feel like he might be a bit demoralized.
Round
Let's
begins
see how it
in
goes. We're gonna start this map on Mike.
1. Fight.
So you see, pretty normal start. Just rush, inject, get rockets. Oh, that's a lot of LG damage, considering the range. Just melted.
Like if you shoot that many rockets, you just drown that long without doing damage. Ooh, Python almost actually got pushed off the map there. It turned out to be really awkward. Python going super aggressive with this.
Yeah, you rocket jump to get to heavy as quick as possible to just take a shotgun to the face.
Yeah, right. But Python has LG, has rockets. Not the best position for Mike to be in.
Mike doesn't have the... Oh, that's a bit of movement error, and wow.
Wow.
Wow, the amount of damage that Python just did as well. That was pretty impressive. It was before Mike could even think he was pretty much dead.
Yeah. Mike's gonna really be kicking himself for that. Oh, nice rockets though. Tons of damage.
And sorry, we got a swap to killer. My bad. Yeah, we're just seeing like this master of brawling. Python loves, and he's happy doing it.
Mike's playing into his style. He's been very aggressive, and we've had 5 fights in 2 minutes. Oh, what a direct though! And it looks like Mike just wants to take Python on in a brawl.
Woofed!
7, 8.
Narrowly survived there, but.
It's good for Mike. He could be a little bit more aggressive here. It's good. A little bit more MG maybe. And he's backed off. I don't know. I don't think he knows that he has a stack advantage.
Maybe he was actually new Mega Timers was waiting for Python to drop. Oh, I don't like Mike turning around and just trying to shotgun there. He wasn't even close enough and.
Oh my god.
What is that direct?
That direct. And yeah, I mean, like Mike, I feel like he just should have kept fighting before the Mega.
Yeah.
And that shotgun would have killed if he hit that second shotgun, but he whiffed it completely, and the third one as well. So this is how quickly a game can get away from you against Python.
Yeah, and like Mike, I think he needs to slow down. He needs to calm down. I think he might just be in the mindset that he's getting Python low, and he needs to finish the frag off next fight. But he just keeps on feeding.
Well, I mean, it's hard to slow the game down now, especially he keeps getting Python so low. But you know, it's hard to. There we go. Ooh, one more plasma shot would have killed
It
Mike.
took him 8 frags, but he finally got Python low enough.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like, you know, is it worth the 8 frags? And I think Zenaku would say it's not.
He didn't even get control out of that frag. It wasn't clean. It was a messy frag as well.
I think the trouble is that it's just the way that Python's playing that's making it. You kind of get to this stage where whatever you're doing is just not working, but you can't get the frags cleanly enough, so you feel like you have to kind of go for something a bit weird, like an overcommittal frag where you end up with, you know, just really shit stacked by the end of it. But I mean, the thing is, the game is still early. You know, we're still not even at 5 minutes yet.
I think Mike is slowing the game down a bit now. He's got control. Wow. Just so much LG out of Python.
Oofed.
Yeah, Mike just making these pushes. I don't think he's just giving away frags essentially.
5-minute warning.
It's just Python's ability to fight, like this combat, has just been really superb. And weapon choices as well, like mid-fight weapon choices, has been excellent. He's been landing all of his shotgun shots. I don't know, it's he's playing in good form right now. Okay,
Well,
here we go.
this can work.
Python's only got that 50 HP. Should be a frag kill. I think there's a difference. Like when Mike got into fights with Python, he always all in. Python was able to plus back, leave that fight, and survive. And now he's almost similar stack to Mike. So what do you think Mike should be doing at this moment, Zenaku?
Well, probably not get stuck. I don't think you can actually get out. Oh man.
Oh no. Good answer. That was a pro tip, everyone, if you were wondering.
Don't get stuck. I mean, I'll be honest, like, this is why Anarchy sometimes can feel like it's either very good or very bad, and I'll be honest, I think it really does come down to, yeah, well, the way I always like to explain it is like points of difference. So points of difference is that, you know, air control and inject, right? But what we found is that I think what's happened is early on, Bumped has taken too much damage before a fight, so he ends up with like no armor, and even if he injects, it's like he's too low where the, you know, Python can just use his ability or just like push him with shotgun or something. Whereas what we needed to have seen is like even even trades, but then also Bumped using his, like, you know, air control to kind of like really make it tough for Python. You know, somewhere between like the rockets or avoiding damage. But I don't think we've seen really any of that in this game.
Do you think Mike, the Anarchy is a good pick from Mike, or should he have gone something like more standard considering the way he's playing?
I actually think that. Well, in hindsight, definitely a different pick, but yeah, it's tough because I'm sure there's probably games where, and this is where it gets confusing because Bunt has probably played games with other players where he's been able to use, the finesse of the air control or something like that. But what's happened in this game is Python is put on the pressure 100% of the time. So all those moments where he'll have extra, more stack to do something, all of a sudden he doesn't have that anymore, and then it's like, well, when he, then it gets confusing about when to attack and when not to. So, but definitely something like maybe, even like a keel I've seen work with BJ as well. It's actually like something that can be done. But I really hope that the next map, Bump does have a heavy planned, which I don't think he actually does.
It's Doom the Eyes on Woken, so I think the Doom with Mike with the Doom, it's better chance.
I am bleeding, make me the victor. Is that it?
Is that like poetic or something? Or?
Yeah, I don't know.
1 minute warning.
That's a meme. Or is it from a movie?
There's no time to meme. Oh god, it's 20 frags.
Wow. Alright guys. Well, 2-1 Pyth this grand final. 2-0 Pyth, sorry, this grand final. And
No, that was actually Mike's map pick.
apparently it's a Kung Pao reference, according to Souza.
Ah.
Also, responding to what Dazbok was saying about how I would go versus Python like this, I actually think that like Python is really playing all that bad. I know some people might say like that he's not as good as he once was, but I really think that like there are some things that he does which is like truly still the same, or like the way that he would attack or how he executes some frags. I think it's only just the fact that he just like doesn't care that would put him to like another level. But I don't know, I think that I wouldn't necessarily I don't think I would destroy Python. I think it would still be a good game for sure, because I think I would struggle versus somebody that plays like that, honestly.
Wow, that's actually amazing to hear, man. Like, it's impossible for us to know how good we are against international people, but like, when I have a competitive game against Python, I feel like I've done really well. And yeah, I don't know. It's always like, I think Australians always feel like they're the underdogs because we're always like never tested against the international.
Oh mate, we have the high ping advantage. How can we be underdogs?
Yeah, right.
Prepare to fight.
All right, we're gonna start this game on Mike.
Round
Let's
begins
see if he can get a good start.
2, 1, fight.
I'll be back in 1 second.
No worries. So Mike's got control of T,
I
but
can just instantly going in.
yeah, Python knows if you don't have rocket in T, then you're gonna get pushed, basically.
Mike's really got the rail here. He's got nothing to kill the turret. Like, if he rails this turret, I think Python's just gonna push in.
Yep, you were totally right.
Yeah. He does hit a rail though. He can get me. I want to see him go through LG here, or get something other than rail, even just shotgun.
Okay, that was interesting that Python didn't go and get the rail descent. Oh no.
Oh, that's a bad weapon choice.
It's bad miss. If you have to hit that.
Python's finally getting the is he getting the railgun? He's leaving this maker up for Mike. Oh, jumping on the LG. Wow, he did so much damage though.
Mike coming out with the frag though. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't want to say it, but like I do want to say it. I am going for Mike this game. I want Mike to bring it back. I want more maps in this grand final. You know? And I want to show that. I want him to show that that it is possible that someone can beat Python in this current form from Australia. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the damage coming out of Python just every fight. Insane. No, I think if anyone can do it, it's Mike. Mike's a really good player. He's in good form. Like his mechanics have been really good recently. I don't think I've even beaten Mike in like once in the last 6 months.
Oh, Schulz, come on, mate. Well,
Python actually gets awkward fight. A direct will kill Python now.
well, he's good to make it out of this alive.
Yeah.
Now,
The LG.
the thing is, with those sound cues there, it actually would have been quite tough for. Wow, nice rocket, ridiculous.
Both players so low hit and Mike finishes off.
I really hope that I'm thinking he shouldn't contest this heavy. Yep, because Python's going to go straight for it. And messes up the movement, but it still works out okay.
Incredibly lucky to get out of there alive.
The thing is, Python still has no rail, so he can still kind of be defensive and just doesn't need to give away too much. Wow, nice follow-up. And Python doesn't have much stack for this. Bump should really be being aggressive on this heavy right now. He hit so much free damage and didn't get it traded.
The rails from both players there.
I feel like Python is happy taking these like 50-50 kind of fights right now, because when you're up 2 maps and you've been winning most of the brawls, you know, you kind of feel like you have the confidence. The other player doesn't have the confidence to like really make those plays happen.
I mean, the trouble is what I'm seeing is feels like Bumped he's giving too much respect to Python. I mean, you should, but you need to be running. You need to be doing when Bumped's in control. He needs to be like doing what Python was doing to him, you know, 30 seconds earlier, where he's just literally just running in him at full speed and using his, you know, the Doom double jump to really make it awkward.
Mike just managed to get that mega, but it's not really. It's just natural because of that turret.
Switching over to Python.
The game's slowed down a bit. It's 3-all. Mike's just gotta restack here.
But Bumped is so low, so it's. To be honest, actually, the way that Bump died there, as much as it is bad, the Mega's up. And, excuse me, he's put Python in a position where now at least Bump's going to get an item, and the stacks are still quite even, and now the Heavy spawned.
The timing error from Python just... I think he probably swapped Mega and Heavy timing.
Yeah. Again, not too much Bumps can do here. He doesn't have a rail yet, so it's hard for him to kind of trade. But I like what he's doing. He's like staying at least T. Good use of the rockets there. Pretty fortunate tribal damage, honestly, to push back Bumped.
Yeah. Mike... Oh, he doesn't actually go for the rail here. He still doesn't have that.
Okay, I mean, Python's still low. And there's enough time before this Mega to really be... for a Bump to be pushing. This should be Bump's frag to win. Not if you can count right now.
That was just weapon advantage. I'm surprised Python's like, this seems ultra aggressive for Python.
Oh, that rocket jump. So risky.
So much turret damage. I think that turret actually forces Mike off this mega.
Oh!
Oh,
Impressive.
Oh my god.
Python with the...
Oh my god.
Obviously, Python knew he was going to bait Bump to hit 3 rails in a row. That's what that was.
yeah.
Did Bump have the rail just then?
No.
Okay. Well then that was like quite a calculated play, I guess.
The thing is, the game is not over, and I hope Bump doesn't give up already at this point as well. I think he needs to get the rail or get the rockets, like right now, because that's the only way that he can create some kind of wow.
Or
Okay.
just use Tri-Volt. that also works.
All right, Bump's gonna get the heavy, hopefully.
Oh,
Okay,
perfect
wow.
tri-bolt.
Hey,
Who needs
nice.
weapons when you have Tri-Volt?
I mean, they call Zenaku the tri-bolt master, so how do you feel about this tri-bolt? Oh my
I would
god.
have threatened.
If he went up that jump pad properly, where he caught the lip, then he would have won that fight.
Oh, you should take this though, as long as he doesn't get knocked off. Science,
Okay, so four frags. I'm curious. I mean, Python does have a rail. Bump's holding T. I like what Bump's doing here, but I have a feeling like we're gonna need to see something. We're gonna need to see a clean frag, and this is one way to do it. It's a really nice LG.
Oh. Oh, he doesn't have the rail. Okay. I thought he could have gotten that angle off.
I'm gonna switch over to Bumps. Okay, he really needs to trap. Yeah, I would honestly disregard this Mega and trap Python right now, because there's not going to be enough time if he tries to go for the Mega. And I like what he's doing. And this is actually one way to do it. If he can just...
The problem is Python, like, he can't risk Python getting this mega. At the same time, he has to push Python. And yeah, just playing that game around Banana. LG.
See, this is the trouble with sometimes, like, with chasing, is that what Bump is doing there is, as soon as Python runs away, he starts to try to hold the exits, but Python's never going to run there. You know, Python's never going to run in, like, in a way which, like, you know, if you're rotating back to mid, he's not going to push. Well,
just not enough time.
Not enough time.
I don't know. Really well played to Mike this map though. He's kept Python close. He's almost there are a lot of times where he could have gotten the frags, but just missed, or Python hit 5 rails in a row.
You lose.
That's
And
GG. Well, that's a great tournament. I gotta say, I really enjoyed a lot of those games. There weren't that many like blowouts, and I gotta say it was close. It was nice, close performances, close maps. Pretty much every tournament. But congratulations to Python for taking it out. Yeah.
Scores himself a very sneaky 125 AUD. Very sneaky.
Python, he didn't drop a map this tourney. Just demolished everyone. Like, he definitely had some close games, especially that Vale versus Chug. But overall, just too good.
And let's get him in the let's get him and Mike in for an interview real quick if we can. I don't know if Python does the post match interviews. Yeah.
We'll say if he doesn't do the interview, he doesn't get the cash. That's one way to...
Small print.
Yeah.
Is that a
Maybe.
no from Python? I don't know.
Maybe message him on Discord. Oh, here he comes.
Sure.
This channel is not locked, is it?
No.
Nah.
Hey, Python! Congratulations, man. Well done.
Hello, hello. Thank you.
Man, you really put on a show this tournament. You made so many cool, aggressive moves this tournament that I hadn't really seen before.
I was watching Zenaku, so I just copy what Zenaku does. No, jokes aside, but I guess some were just on the spot, make him up, but some good games there. I got blown away on a couple of maps.
Yeah, were you surprised that like Chug and even Bumped, pushed you to some really close maps where you only won it in overtime or in the last like minute or so?
No, you could say against Chug I was probably overly aggressive on Valorpath, and I forgot that Keel takes less damage with rockets, so that was pretty dumb. But the Bumped has also taken maps off me in when was it, a couple of months ago, something like that. But time to get some revenge, I guess, and just play a bit more aware. And no drinking tonight certainly helps.
Staying off the wines. Jules, you got any questions?
No.
Zenaku?
Come on. I'm trying to think.
Hey, how about me? I'll ask you a question, Zenaku. How are you
Oh.
finding the monotony of grinding and being stuck inside all the time?
See, it's funny because I'm at a turning point where it's like it's almost hitting critical mass, where you're like, fuck, I really want to be doing something else, but also like want to improve.
Yeah, and I think it's tricky because you can't socialize as well there. It's
Right.
You're in a bit of a tricky spot, mentally speaking, in the sense of your day-to-day interactions. Because I'm sure sometimes it feels like Groundhog Day for you.
I mean, I think like it's good though because I feel like I'm coming to a different conclusion. Like, once it gets to a point where you just get fucking sick of it, that's when you start like, trying to find a solution for it.
Yeah. It looks like you got your ping down for the US, 210.
Yeah, yeah, and it's funny because like that's actually I don't know, it still feels a bit shitty, but it's like
So good.
at least the rockets are still okay. I mean, like where you don't feel like you're just warping, you're just like teleporting when you get hit by rockets. But
How'd you manage to get
Yeah.
your ping down?
I don't know. I didn't try this for so long, but I started using exit lag.
Oh yeah,
and,
I've been using that too. It's great.
Mhm. And I just go like just better routing. So obviously, like I should be able to get this ping, but because of like I don't even understand how routing works. All I know is like click a couple of buttons and it's different. So
It's because exit lag is like it knows the game server and it knows where you are and it knows the direct route to that. Whereas like all the other ones, you go from an ISP to another ISP and then to a game server, and sometimes other countries in between.
So is this a gaming VPN, specific VPN?
Yeah.
Nice.
Hey Pyth, Judley asks you how you feel your form is versus your past form in other games like Quake Live or Quake 3, etc.
It's a bit hard to tell because I haven't played Quake Champs all week except for today. Played a couple of games with Spud before. Been playing most of Call of Duty, which has been fun. Warzone, that is. Hard to say. I've also just changed the mouse again. I went from a Logitech wireless mouse to a corded mouse, the Zoe EC2-A. So I've ordered an EC2. I should get that next week, and I'm certainly finding it a bit more consistent because the Logitech seem to just jump around and stuff like that. which I think is due to wireless interference, and I can't avoid that, unfortunately. So I'm also finding the EC2 definitely feels better in the hand because I'm a palm gripper, I guess. So naturally speaking, I'm just always going to my natural position with the mouse, as opposed to Logitech because it was a narrow mouse. I always found I was gripping it differently depending on how I woke up in the morning, I guess. I don't know. So I'm finding a bit more consistency for the past week or thereabouts, having moved to the Zoe EC2-A. So I'll see. We got Diabolical coming out beta. I haven't played any duels in it, but I just like dicking around too. So
Yeah, that's actually really interesting, the Diabolical beta. So we have a stress test, I think this weekend on Sunday. I don't know if everyone's invited to that or if it was just the people that are in the closed beta. Then a couple of days after, another stress test, and then really soon after that, the open beta. So that's pretty hype. I think everyone's kind of looking forward to that. Are you going to be playing that, Pyth?
I'll play Diabolical. Yeah. I've got a bit of time on my hands after September. We'll see. Maybe I'll stream it. I'm yet to play a single duel in the game. Mostly, all the team modes and messing around in pub games.
Yeah, I feel like, it's hard to gauge what Duel is going to be like during that closed beta that we just got through, because it was like, it was the maps weren't...
Dynamics change. I still
Yeah.
think that from the duels I've watched, they need to change how the Weebles work. I don't like one person holding that ability or that Weeble forever, because if you get something like the slow Weeble, you're just so strong.
It's so like
and
strong.
slowing your opponent down. There's got to be some other mechanic for that in duel. But we'll see how it plays out, I guess.
Yeah, cool.
Heartbeats ask what shoes do I wear. I'm wearing I wear UGG boots.
Hey, me too.
I fucking rocked the UGG boots. They were awesome.
The funny thing here is, like, you're actually not bullshitting. Like, you actually are wearing UGG boots right now.
I am. I legitimately am.
It's all about that comfort, You need...
Exactly. Creature comforts.
All right, everyone. Well, I think we're going to wrap it up here. Thanks, everyone, for tuning in. Thanks, Pyth.
Thanks for the comp as well. I'm not sure who offered the prize.
It was Kuachi. Kuachi put up the prize pool for this comp.
What a baller.
Yeah, man. He always loves to see a good comp go on.
What a champion.
Yeah, thank you so much to Shruls for casting, and a massive thank you for Zenaku, who took like 5 hours out of his day to cast this tournament.
I'm sure he would have woken up pretty early.
Yeah.
Well, like 8 a.m. or something, so it's not too bad.
That's not bad. Wait, hey, can I ask for people that are still watching, and what's your normal schedule like now that you're in Poland? What's like a typical schedule?
Typical day?
Yeah. Do you like wake up, go to eat, go to the gym? I'm working from home, so I've got a pretty good pattern at the moment.
I think it's strange because I used to have like when there was no gyms open, I was like probably playing 4 to 5 hours every day or something. But now that the gym's open, I kind of take a bit more of a break. But I'll like, it's like just. I'll be honest, I'm not super lazy, but I'll like wake up at like 10. Yeah, and then just go to the gym, make lunch, play for like 3 hours, take a break, and then just like play again, and then go to bed. And it's just like pretty much that over and over.
When you do have to play the QPL games, what time are they your local time roughly?
It's usually like 5 p.m.
Okay.
So, and I think that's actually like, if it was, that was like a perfect time.
Honestly. Yeah, I was gonna say, if you wake up later, you'll probably feel more refreshed for it, which is not a bad thing to waking up at 10 a.m. Because some athletes, example boxing, etc., they have boxing fights late at night. So guys actually train till say 3 in the morning, so that they get their body clock to be optimal for the 8 p.m. fight, so that they wake up at say 1 p.m. and they're only awake for a couple of 5 hours or something like that for a
Yeah.
fight.
Actually, I know a lot of basketball players. They have naps for like 2 hours before their games. So they have like a 2 hour nap, and then they have a 2 hour preparation before the game.
That's actually quite interesting. I'd never even like. I have thought about like. I don't like waking up late because it feels like you can't get as much done. But
Yeah, but I don't think that matters for you. You should be prepping for, I guess, whenever you're playing your game. So what matters to your game? If you feel mentally prepared, rather than drain yourself out for like
And
10, 12 hours a day, 10, 12 hours for that day in particular.
also, they say your brain is the most productive during the hours of like 10 and 1 or 9 and 11 or something like that. Definitely in the morning for people that work in like a full-time job. So I think it is like a 2 hour, 2 hours after you wake up, you're the most productive for a couple of hours.
Have a think and see how you go with it, if it works or doesn't.
That is interesting though. I'll think about that.
Research it more.
Anyway, everyone, we're gonna close the stream now. Thank you all for tuning in, and have a good night.
See yous.
See ya.